said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence have you seen of that?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him. And it's a bad group. It started, actually, look at the Steele dossier that turned out to be a total hoax. The 51 agents, the intelligence, so-called intelligence agents, it was a hoax. It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats. And some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. And so they try and do the Democrats' work.
Stupid Republicans. Stupid Republicans like Cash. Like, yeah, his stupid Republican is who he put in charge of the FBI.
I can't. This is so insane to me. This is so insane to me. Does he really think this is going to work?
I mean,
it is working. It is kind of working. Let's be honest here. There are people who are like, yeah, you're right. This is a hoax.
This is what some Trump MAGA people do, is they'll take something that Trump says that's like vague or ambiguous or stupid, and they'll recreate it to be like a better argument. So they'll recreate that argument that he just gave to, oh, well, the Democrats had 4 years to change up all, to put a bunch of like fake information in all the files and leave a ticking time bomb, because for some reason, instead of releasing that information when Donald Trump was running for president against Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, they instead decided to fabricate fake evidence, knowing that when Trump would win, he would have to investigate it and then it would blow up in his face in this super tendy chess Machiavellian way.
Democrats are not that smart. They can't even nominate a decent candidate. What are you talking about?
We had a semi-comatose person be president for 4 years and then pass the torch to one of the most incompetent politicians in human history. And I'm supposed to believe the Democrats pulled off this perfect plan.
Yeah. This is, and wasn't it conservative media that was pounding the drums about Epstein and
yes,
basically painting the Epstein files as total evidence to incriminate the Clintons? It was really Democrats that were going to get nailed when the Epstein files were released. I don't remember I don't remember a lot of left-leaning outlets pounding the drum to release the Epstein files because they were going to incriminate Donald Trump.
No. So just the idea, again, people keep trying to make excuses about all, like, why this is all going on. None of those work whatsoever in terms of, oh, he's trying to save, some sort of deal he's working towards with Israel or something, or the Middle East, or they're just trying to buy time. Because if you're trying to buy time, you would just say that. We're doing an investigation. We will release more information coming, in the future. You would not say this information that exists is fake and was created by the Democrats and was created by Comey and the Russia people. And it's like, he's really setting it up that he is afraid of something that is in there, that there's some information. I don't know what it is, but there's some information in there that he does not want people to know about.
I wonder if it's stuff that is just not widely known, but is out there already. Like that he had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and they did beauty contests together and hung out together and shared a girlfriend, all this stuff that's known among the people who are obsessed with Epstein, but not really widely known by the public. And Trump is he doesn't want that information to be widely disseminated.
Right. Yeah, it could be. So there was a Jeffrey Epstein accuser who said, I couldn't find her saying what specific age she was, but she said that she was groomed by Jeffrey Epstein when she was a teenager for a few years. And then once she was 20, she started dating Donald Trump publicly. And like everyone knows about it. Like it's not like a secret.
Oh, wow.
And so the question, so people are like, oh, that's weird and suspicious. So it could be that maybe there's not like him doing something specifically, like that's like a PDF file or anything like that. But there's just a lot of like things that look bad now in retrospect that he could be hiding.
How old was he at the time? Do we know?
He was 51.
Oh my God. Okay.
And he was dating a 20-year-old.
Okay. Go get him. Go get him.
So, yeah, not great
51,
stuff.
what do you have in common with a 20-year-old? That's like
nothing.
Uh,
a love of the game. Okay, that's what you have in common.
Right.
The woman's name was or she's still alive, so it is Anuska de George. I don't know how to spell it. Giorgio.
Okay.
Anuska de
Nobody
Giorgio.
cares what her name is. They want to know what she looks like, Sitch. That's the important thing.
She looks pretty good. She looks pretty good.
I can imagine.
So, and then there was also at the Epstein trial, the one that actually happened, or actually, it was at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial in 2021. There was an accuser who testified, though her name was not released, that said that she was introduced to Trump at Mar-a-Lago when she was 14. Now, she doesn't say that she did anything with Trump, but then I guess you could have the question of like, should Trump have realized that Epstein was hanging out with a 14-year-old girl and been like, what's going on here?
Megyn Kelly, in this debate, I believe she says something to the effect of Donald Trump didn't have a taste for young girls, so he's probably innocent on all these charges. But I kept thinking, well, how did he know he didn't like young girls unless he tried a couple, right?
Well, it's also the situation of like, what do people mean when they say that? Like, I don't believe we've seen information of Epstein going out with prepubescent girls, right? He's been sketchy and been going out with like 14, 15, 16-year-olds.
Right.
And so,
when the people come in and they start telling you the different levels of pedophilia, I get super suspicious. I don't know.
Right,
about
but that's
you.
what I mean when someone says like, "Oh, they don't like young girls." It's like,
a ebophile or amoebophile or.
But that's why I'm saying it can be suspect when someone says like, "Oh, they didn't like young girls." It's like, what do they mean when they say that?
Right.
Do they mean people under 18 or do they mean something else?
Yeah.
It could be very sketchy.
No, it's I call it the Epstein hoax. It takes a lot of time and effort. Instead of talking about the great achievements, we've had a great gentleman yesterday, as you know, went on CNBC and he made the statement that Trump may go down as the greatest president of all in the United States. And instead of talking about the things we've achieved, we've had tremendous achievement. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously had some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. I'd rather talk about the success we have with the economy, the best we've ever had, and all of the things we've done, including the Middle East.
He almost died 6 years ago. And what is your take on the Epstein hoax? Like just framing it as a hoax.
That is the worst framing name for this whatsoever.
It's kind of like spits in the face of all the people who were wanting this, right?
Yes. You believed in a hoax, idiot. You believe in a Democrat hoax. You're just as dumb as the Russia people.
Yeah. Oh. Look, the dumb Russia people are all Democrats. These are all Republicans.
Yes.
I don't know if you can go this angle and really get away with it. So what is a better framing than the Epstein hoax?
The only framing for this is why I'm not sure about the intelligence of Trump or the Trump administration or the competency here, because the smart way to cover it up would be to just investigate it forever and never release anything.
Right.
You just keep telling people, we're investigating, we're looking into it. There's a lot to look into. We got to make sure everything's, we don't want to release anything that's wrong. We don't want to hurt any victims. You just say that for 4 years. Right. And people would eat it up. They'd buy it. They'd just let it go. And then, 4 years are gone. Oh, we never got the bottom of it.
We ran
sorry.
Out of time. Bye. Democrats kept blocking us.
Yes.
The Clintons are behind blocking us for 4 years.
There really shows a level of narcissism and ego to think that you could release that statement that they did, and then that Trump can just tell people, well, it's a fake hoax like the Democrat Russia investigation or the Steele dossier, and he just expects everyone to just eat this up.
Well, people are going to want you to expose the hoax, especially if it's a Democratic hoax. They're like, oh, great, it's a hoax. We get to bring them up on charges for falsifying evidence in a criminal investigation. This is great. We'll throw them all in jail for making a hoax.
I mean, you see it. Instead, they want to talk about the Epstein hoax. And the sad part is
Oh, he's really sticking to it.
He is.
Oh, my goodness.
People that are really doing the Democrats' work. They're stupid people. Yeah, go ahead.
You're stupid. You're stupid people. If you care about Epstein, if you talked about it, if you've ever talked about it, even before this, you're stupid. You're just stupid and doing the Democrats' dirty work.
How does Bongino feel about this?
He's just stupid. Just like Cash. Cash is stupid. Remember when Cash was on, people's podcast a couple years ago talking about getting the bottom of Epstein files? What a stupid idiot he was. I should put him in charge of the FBI. That's the kind of stupid idiot I want.
That's the kind of stupidity you can take to the bank.
Yes. I don't think this will happen, but I hope this sort of destroys some of the mystery for people when Trump would make all sorts of claims about anything being fake. There's like this magic assumption. The same thing with when he was saying the election was stolen in 2020. A lot of people have an assumption, if they were his fans, that he knew something because he was the president that he just wasn't sharing, that there's some secret information he has access to. He doesn't have access to fucking jack shit whatsoever. He's just making shit up. He's just saying things that he thinks is a persuasive argument to convince people.
Well, in this case, wouldn't he have access to something?
Well, yeah, this is the one case where maybe he does, is he's hiding it. Yeah, exactly. Right.
See, it seems like maybe he does have access to something we don't know.
Right.
And he doesn't want us to know.
Right. When the cases with like the 2020 election, other things, there'd be no reason for him to hide stuff because it would behoove him to release the information.
Right.
So,
he's come out before and said, I want people to release everything.
Right.
For various testimony and whatnot.
Right. But not with this.
Right. Yeah. It's very strange.
So this was yesterday. So it was also, it's funny, he's talking to the King of Brahman here, who's, or Bahrain, I think is how you say it. Mm-hmm. He just looks very uncomfortable about this.
Well, he's probably been on the island. Trump is protecting him right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's like, thank you, Donald.
Can you imagine?
Checks in the mail.
What if that's helping him with all of his trade deals?
Maybe.
The Epstein stuff.
I guess people could just buy Trump coin, and I don't know if you'd ever be able to track it.
Can you imagine if the trade deals start with Trump saying, oh, I got the Epstein list here and you're on it, but, I'm trying to protect you. I'm doing my best. I'm out there calling it a hoax. But, if this thing leaks, it's going to be bad for all of us. Now, let's talk about that trade deal.
It's worth it. Listen, if we can get good trade deals, it's totally worth it, right? That we protect child traffickers.
No, you can't.
No, you don't think so?
No.
That's worth it?
You can't that's the thing. You can't throw American citizens under the bus for some trade advantage.
Well, I've seen two excuses, which are interesting. One where it's like Botan Sargon, Batya. I would say her name wrong.
Batya Unger Sargon.
Yes, her and some other people. They keep pushing this idea that because there's some CNN poll about Trump's numbers going up or being unaffected by all the Epstein stuff, so according to this one poll. So people are like, oh, look, it doesn't matter. The public doesn't care about Epstein. The public doesn't care about Epstein. And I'm just sitting here like, so? Does that make it okay? It's like, oh, it's totally fine. What kind of excuse is this? It's totally fine to cover up, child trafficking because the public doesn't know or care about it. That's a fantastic message for our politicians.
Yeah, he said he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't suffer in the polls. So
right.
Would you come out and say, "Oh, look, he's not suffering in the polls. He murdered someone in cold blood in the street."
It's fine. It's totally fine.
Yeah, that's okay because look, his poll numbers didn't go down.
I didn't realize morality was based on what the normies think about things, whether they care about it or not based on some sort of moral principle. And then the other one was, well, it's okay if Trump is involved or hiding this stuff because he's he's deporting a lot of people. He's doing other things I like. I still probably gonna do it. I want to make there's that meme of the boss from Monsters Inc. saying, I'll kidnap 1,000 children to save this company. And I was gonna put like a little mag hat on and be like, I'll traffic 1,000 kids as long as I can keep deporting illegals.
Wow, you were gonna make that meme?
Yeah, probably so.
That's a very sad meme. People are not going to like that.
They're not going to like it, but there's a lot of people that are repeating that. So there's also 2 clips from yesterday because Trump keeps tripling down on this. It is pretty crazy. He keeps tripling down on this. I mean, it makes sense. He's going to keep getting asked questions about it because every time he's asked a question by a reporter, it's content gold because he gives the same or a different horrible answer.
Right.
And I want to. So here's an ear rape warning. Okay. So the first 2 seconds of this has the horrible airplane noise in the beginning of it. Now, I went and I found a free AI noise remover on the internet.com for free, or like the first 5 minutes are free. It's a short clip. And I was able to put it in there and it not 100%, but mostly removed the airplane sound. So now we know that media companies have no excuse for having this terrible audio quality.
We should yank their license if they do this again.
We should.
Yes.
So I left the first 2 seconds of like horrible noise in. It's very loud. So be careful. But then you'll see after 2 seconds, it goes away because of the magic of AI.
Is it in the... Oh, here it comes. Here it goes.
The Attorney General's handled that very well.
Oh my God, it's horrible. I can't stand it, Sitch. It's evil.
The Attorney General's handled that very well. She's really done a very good job.
What happened?
Look at that. It went away. It's like magic. It magically went away. Oh my God.
They turned off the helicopter.
Yes.
And I think that when you look at it, you'll understand that. I would like to see that also. But I think the Attorney General, the credibility is very important. And you want credible evidence for something like that. And I think the Attorney General's handled it very well. No, she's given us just a very quick briefing. And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
Oh my God.
When he keeps saying that like Obama and Comey made up the files that we were told did not exist. Okay. This really 100% makes it seem like they did find stuff. They went to Donald. You asked me like, what would you do if you find that Donald Trump is implicated? Do you hide it or do you show him? This makes it sound like they showed him and he's like, this is fake. This is fake news. Don't release this.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's setting up a dynamic where they can release whatever they think is credible. And obviously, the only credible things in the document are the things that impugn Democrats, right? All the Republican accusations are, of course, not credible.
Yes.
So they're going to release all the stuff, all the dirt on the Democrats, and then just be like, ninny, ninny, boo, boo.
Yes. And the fact that he would give this, I mean, listen, he's old, maybe slipping here, but the fact that he would give this excuse, which makes him seem 10 times more guilty. Before all this stuff, I didn't think that Trump was involved. Like, I knew he was friends with Epstein, and I probably thought they did shady stuff, but I didn't think he was involved in anything like, any of the sex trafficking weird shit. I just assumed that.
But now you do?
Now I'm like, what the fuck? He's got to be covering up something really bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He's talking about looking at the files, seeing them, and then judging that they're fake.
If Democrats had some smoking gun though, wouldn't they have used it? I mean, they used everything.
Right.
The E.G. Carroll woman from 20 years ago with her concocted story, Stormy Daniels. They went every single angle. Why wouldn't they just use whatever they had from the Epstein files? I mean, they could separate it from the Epstein files and dig into individuals, right?
I think there's 3 possible reasons. The first would be that, and this is probably the most common one you hear, is that the files or the evidence implicates way too many people, way too many institutions, way too many foreign leaders, way too many other countries, way too many Democrats and Republicans. that they would be too afraid to try to selectively release stuff to make Trump look bad with fear that it would lead into all the other information. Like they couldn't just selectively leak a tiny portion of it.
Okay.
That would be the
Even
first.
though that's exactly what Trump is going to do.
I don't think that. Well, if he was going to do that, why wouldn't he just say that they're going to release more information and
he just set it up? He's just set it up for she's going to release whatever she thinks is credible.
Oh, this clip was before the previous clip we saw, where he said the people are stupid for looking into it.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know if we're still where we are in this whole situation. But so that's the first.
Okay. Gotcha.
That's the first possibility. And also, if that was the case, I don't know why they wouldn't just do that from the beginning. The second possibility is that there isn't anything that directly implicates Trump, but there's things that are suspect that if they got out there, he's afraid people would dig into, and then they would find out or potentially find out something much worse.
They would give them the breadcrumbs, and they'd start following away, right?
Yes, which maybe the Democrats or the FBI beforehand didn't realize that was the case because they're not Trump, so they didn't know what everything looked like. The third possibility would be that actually they maybe had accusations or they really just didn't have enough information to credibly, attack Trump or anything, and maybe they just said, hey, we don't, we're going to do the right thing. We don't actually know if we have enough information against Trump.
Bullshit.
I know. That seems inconceivable. I'm just throwing out the possibilities. So,
well, look, they could have accusations that there's not credible evidence for, but Trump himself knows that they happened, right?
Yes.
So just because there's not ironclad evidence yet, Trump is like, well, that did happen, so some ironclad evidence might materialize.
Yeah.
He's in a superior knowledge base.
I think it's a combination of the first and second explanation. That there's too many people implicated, and that with Trump, there's things in there that he knows if people dig into would go down very bad rabbit holes, which maybe other people wouldn't know that at first.
We're going into week 2 here. Is this going to go into week 3, week 4, week 6, week 10?
Well, Trump's been kind of unfortunate because there hasn't been any big news, really. Right. I mean, I guess Israel attacked Syria, but people just kind of don't care.
Now Trump wishes the 12-day war went on a little longer, right?
Right. Yeah, they're like, okay, they're waiting for the big thing to happen. The big thing hasn't happened yet.
The big, beautiful bill passed. Right now, we're in a wait-and-see mode about tariffs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay. Interesting.
We'll see. Trump gave Russia 50 days. Who knows if it's going to be real or not, or taco Trump again. So that's what he'd be banking on, something big like that coming in. Okay.
Yeah, an end to the Russo-Ukraine war would be great.
That would be
a
very
nice
good.
Page turn, right?
Yeah, it would be. But I don't think this will ever go away. I think people will keep asking about it. I mean, why would they not? It's such an easy, if you hate Trump and you're a reporter, it's like the easiest thing to throw up there. Keep prodding.
Are there polls showing this is damaging him? And there's just this outlier poll that Botch spreading around?
I haven't really looked into the general polls on it whatsoever.
Right.
I just saw people were sharing this. There's a CNN clip that everyone's sharing around saying like, oh, look, the Epstein stuff's not affecting Trump. It's like, okay, how is that like a moral answer to something? Like, what kind of, it's just so weird. It's so strange to me. People are like, oh, just ignore it because, the public doesn't care. It doesn't hurt him. It doesn't hurt his ability to get elected. So, who cares about your morals? Just throw that in the trash.
Mm-hmm. What would you like to see? Are you going full Dave Smith? You're like, he needs to be impeached.
Well, first of all, I think Trump should have been impeached in his first term twice. So.
I know.
But a
lot of people I don't think they remember that you argued in favor of impeachment in the first Trump administration. Yeah.
Right. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure everyone in our audience does know that and does remember that.
Paul doesn't know that.
Okay. Well, you can remind him. I mean, I don't think you could impeach Trump. I mean, technically you could impeach anyone for anything, But I don't think so far I would say there's not enough information to impeach him over this. I mean, Dave Smith wanted to impeach him over bombing Iran, which is retarded, obviously.
Well, no, I'm just throwing impeachment out there as like
yes.
the hypothetical.
It should be something that is continually brought up, pounded at, complained about day in, day out until there's actually until we get something that is satisfactory. I don't think we will ever get anything that's satisfactory whatsoever from the Trump administration about this.
I can't complain like that nonstop. I feel like a big soy boy.
Well, fortunately, we have a large internet out there full of people that can do that for us.
Okay.
And are doing that for us. We don't have to personally.
I don't want to get caught complaining.
Like at this guy.
Now, forever about bullshit. So
it was interesting because I talked about how Ro Khanna and the Democrats had created like a troll amendment to release the Epstein files that they were going to attach to everything. And then Tim Pool and some other people were pointing out or claiming that the amendment's language was written so broadly that it could release, or they were saying it would, because they're using the most bad faith version of it, would force the Justice Department to release like uncensored videos of underage victims, which I don't know if that's the case. That sounds kind of stupid. But anyway, Ro Khanna and I believe some Republicans actually listened to that and responded directly to Tim. I don't know if he's ever did a follow-up, and they wrote out a longer specific amendment that specified that it would not release any information or anything that would harm victims. It would only release information against perpetrators or potential perpetrators. And so they're going to start tacking that on to as much legislation as possible.
Yeah, that's good, right?
Yes. Yes.
Will it work? No, but they're having fun with it.
They're having fun with it. Okay, and then here's another short clip. This was the same day. Also, the magic of AI has removed the horrible airplane sound.
Again? Another one? Nice.
I know you move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled? Why do you think that is?
Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is.
Is he just jealous? That's what it sounds like. He's like, why does everyone care about this Epstein guy? I'm the president. Who cares about him? He's dead. Stop caring about Epstein. He's jealous of the attention.
That is definitely true. Yes. But I think he's just trying to make it go away.
I know. I'm somewhat joking.
He's
somewhat
trying to
serious.
use mind magic on people.
Right.
I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier.
Look at Lutnick right there. He's not even buying any of this shit.
Well, so I didn't know this. A lot of people were pointing this out here. Howard Lutnick was like Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor.
No way. Holy fucking shit. He's been to the island like a dozen times.
Yes, it was like, what the fuck why is there so many weird connections? What's going on here?
Wow. That's why Lutnick is like, you better not say too much. He's already talking too much. Stop flapping your gums, Trump.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It says a 2019 investigation found that Epstein, in addition to his infamous townhouse at 9 East 71st Street in Manhattan, also known as the Herbert Strauss House, has significant links to adjacent properties, which real estate records show is still owned by Lutnick. Oh, okay. So he actually bought some property that Epstein had too. When approached for comment on the property, Lutnick's relationship with his former neighbor, so he bought properties and was a neighbor. He told Newsweek that the Commerce Department told Newsweek that the pair had no personal relationship, contact, or direct dealings. They're just neighbors. Okay. They just, Lutnick opened the door. He'd pick up his paper. He had his little cup of coffee in. He'd see, a 14-year-old girl walk in Epstein's house. He'd, nod and wave and then close the door. Right? No, they had no direct relationship.
Oh my God. I'm not buying any of this shit. This doesn't sound credible to me. Not also, remotely.
Also, it was really weird too, because you know how Trump had run these Miss America and Miss Teen America?
Or I don't remember the name of
Yeah, he'd run these like beauty pageants. Apparently, Epstein was somehow
Miss Teen
involved
America.
this to some capacity, and there was another person who was involved with Epstein and some kind of beauty pageants or bringing people over from like Eastern Europe to America, and that person mysteriously died, and they hung themselves or hanged themselves in the same very strange way that Epstein did.
Really? They were in
Yes.
prison or at home?
Let me see if I can pull it up here.
That's okay. We can move on.
It was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think, well, really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going.
This completely undermines the narrative that Bill and Hillary Clinton are involved. This is supposed to be the smoking gun against the Clintons.
Right.
So what the fuck?
Yep.
You can't say, I don't know why people would be interested in this. Well, because it's going to bring down Hillary Clinton. Everyone hates her fucking guts. What is this, dumbass? When did Trump become retarded?
Mm-hmm.
But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
There you go. We're going to get the credible information.
He should just come right out and say, Hillary Clinton's innocent.
It's all fake news. Yeah, what the fake Obama and Hillary and Comey made a bunch of fake files to implicate themselves and then didn't release them.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Doesn't make sense. So the person I was talking about, their name is Jean-Luc Brunel.
Mm-hmm.
They were associated with Epstein, and they opened a modeling agency, bringing in Russians and other Europeans to America on tourist visas. He was arrested for rape and sexual assault and rape of a minor and sexual assault of a minor, and he was found hanged, self-deleting in prison right before his trial.
Oh, was in prison,
just
okay.
like Epstein was. Yes.
Holy shit! It's exactly the same.
Yep.
Hmm.
Isn't that interesting? So interesting. All these people just hang themselves in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very fascinating. Okay. So let's watch there's an interesting debate conversation between Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro on this topic.
Yeah, very interesting.
And I got to give...
Hey, everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly.
Yeah.
Everyone's mad at Ben Shapiro now.
Yeah, well, Ben is totally being super cucked on this whole situation. Insanely. His argument is basically, well, I trust Trump and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. So if they say that there was nothing there, there's nothing there. And it's like, what? Are you real? Like, just because they said it, you're going to ignore all the circumstantial evidence that's surrounding this case, all the sus stuff surrounding this case, Trump's own sus words, just because, well, I believe them and they told me, so I listened and believed.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. It really, to me personally, it makes me think that Ben is just so terrified of there being some Israel connection with Epstein that he just wants to move on from it. Because, if it came out that the Israel stuff was true, that Epstein was working for Israel or Israel and America at the same time, it would completely destroy our relationship with Israel.
Yeah, it looks bad. Looks horrible.
Of the final DOJ FBI memo that was released.
Mm-hmm. Many people, including me, do not believe that they've released everything that's releasable in Epstein. I think this is another piece of the problem, that we're left asking why. Now, maybe as Mike Davis, who's a serious person, who's well connected to the administration, was saying on X yesterday, maybe it really is because what's left is grand jury proceedings, which would be secret, not releasable, witness testimony, victim testimonials, which might reveal identities, which victims are not prepared to have revealed. That's all possible. But Pam Bondi hasn't answered any of those questions. No one has. No one's explained that. Mike Davis, much as we love him, is not a spokesperson for the administration. So we're still left in a position where at least I don't believe them that everything that can be released has been released.
The hubris of the Trump administration in releasing that statement, the one that they released where they're like, nothing to see here, no one did anything bad except for Maxwell and Epstein. That's it. Everyone shut up and stop talking about it. And what Megyn Kelly here says is completely true. They didn't come out and they didn't give some sort of detailed account where they said, the only information that's left is unverified claims against people and, victims describing their assaults or something, which we're obviously not going to put out there without their permission or without redacting or something. They were not specific at all. They need to be hyper specific with what information they had, what information they don't have, and what they're putting out here, instead of just giving this general statement saying nobody did nothing except for Epstein and Ghislaine.
Yeah, they need detail and they need a 10,000 page report. Just give whatever they have to ChatGPT and say, turn this into 10,000 pages. Right?
There you go.
So I do believe that that's the case. They've released everything that can be released, but only because I trust Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and the president on this. Now, are those questions legit? Absolutely. And so I've been saying literally since the first day this memo broke that there's no way that Pam Bondi should not be doing a press conference where she at least answers that question. At the very least, I need to hear it from their mouth that this is that we're releasing everything that can be released. However, I'm very hesitant to make the claim that there is evidence that exists that I have not seen because that's totally unfalsifiable. Right? I've only seen the same stuff that you've seen, Megyn, and I'm probably talking to many of the same sources that you're talking to. People like Dan and Kash and Pam and the president and the vice president and everybody else in the administration, they have seen material that I have not seen because, again, they're the ones who are reviewing the material. And so I am not prepared. You put out a tweet earlier that I think is right. Basically, there's two theories of this particular case. One, Pam Bondi overpromised and underdelivered, which seems to me the most plausible. Or two, there's an active cover-up that the Trump administration is engaging in of a child sex trafficking ring. And I think that if people want to make that accusation, they should just come out and say it. And if that's the case, if they want to make that accusation that President Trump and everybody who was elected to uncover this is actually now, they flipped 180, and now they're engaging in a full-scale cover-up of a child rape ring, then people should just have the balls to say it out loud and articulate it as opposed to sort of softly peddling the possibility that it's, just say it.
You're muted. Unfortunately.
Donald Trump, the president, and his administration are directly and intentionally involved in covering up a sex pedo ring to protect Donald Trump's reputation. Yes. Yes, Ben. I mean, I agree with it. People should just say that directly instead of being, cowardly about the whole situation because they don't want to piss off their audience. But yes, that seems to be what's going on. That seems to be the most reasonable explanation of what's going on here.
You don't think there's any possibility that there's not a child sex pedo ring?
Oh, there's a possibility. I just said, right. But this is the most reasonable explanation.
There's the people who are talking about Epstein constantly. They're the ones that have been making the assertion that there's a child sex pedo ring, a Pizzagate style child sex pedo ring for years and years and years. Okay, so I could see them not coming to terms with the fact that they were wrong, if they were wrong, right?
Right.
We don't know. But like people, I've been agnostic on this just because I don't know enough about it. So if it turns out that, oh yeah, none of that really happened, I'd be like, oh, okay.
Sure. But here's the problem is you have Epstein who there's still so many questions about how he's made his money, which have been completely not answered by anyone.
Yeah, they should answer those questions, right? Right. And if they don't, it hints at there being a pedo ring, right?
Right, because the whole thing is, the theory that he was blackmailing people and getting money and blackmailing people for the U.S. or for Israel or something. If we don't have if there was some explanation that was, legal but had nothing to do with this, they said, okay, here's how he got all his money. Here's the explanation of how he got all his money. Like, oh, okay, maybe that's the case, right? Or if you got other information that would, evidence where victims would come out and say, oh, I was only, assaulted by Epstein and no one else, right? And a bunch of like, if you had like, 1,000 victims, because apparently, there's 1,000, Pam Bondi said, or the fucking report said there was 1,000 victims involved. I looked up after Epstein died, his estate made some sort of fund that people that were victims could get money out of. Now, I don't know if they had to sign non-disclosure agreements. I couldn't find that information out, but there was like, I believe there's over 200 people that the estate gave money to. So you're telling me there's 200 to 1,000 different victims. If they all are like, yes, it was only Epstein, no one else whatsoever, I'd be like, okay, I mean, that seems crazy, but maybe that's the case. If they interview the staff that worked at at his mansion, if they interview the staff that worked at his island, and they all say the same thing, it was only ever Epstein, and that was it, then I'd be like, okay, well, we don't seem to have any evidence that anyone else was involved. But we haven't seen any of that fucking information. And for all we know, no one's even done that investigation, or they have, and they're covering it up.
Right. They could release a list of the victims as Jane Doe's, right? And
their statements.
The assailant as Epstein, and then John Doe 1, John Doe 2, right. John Doe 3. Right. But obviously you'd say immediately, oh, well, they're protecting John Doe 1 and John Doe 2. Who the fuck is John Doe 1 and John Doe 2, right?
Yes.
And if they released a list that was victim Jane Doe through, 1 through, I guess, 1,000, which seems incredible to me, right? There's 1,000 victims. And the whole list is just attacker Epstein, attacker Epstein, attacker Epstein. It's like, okay. Okay.
Right.
It's a little strange, right?
But that seems unlikely. That seems incredibly unlikely. That's why I'm saying everything
it does. It completely does. Yeah.
And unless we were to be given information that would show otherwise, I'm going to 100% believe that, yes, he was blackmailing people. Yes, there was some kind of sex trafficking ring going on. And yes, Donald Trump and the administration is involved in the cover up, and the FBI and the Biden administration as well, too. They don't get off on this either, because they were, he was president for 4 years. That all these people are involved in a fucking cover up until someone provides information that says otherwise.
How do you avoid fakers coming out of the woodwork? Because obviously there's been some fakers who have gone after people who are involved with Epstein that just made it up out of whole cloth, and they're just out for the money.
Well, first of all, I mean, they already supposedly have a massive name of victims already. I'm not even asking for new victims to come forward and make claims about anything.
And all these victims have been verified?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They were in the court documents. Apparently, they were in some kind of Department of Justice documents. And you have at least 200 people that the Epstein estate felt had sufficient enough claims that they gave them payouts from their multi-million-dollar, fund.
I mean, if there are John Does in the video, I mean, obviously that's physical evidence.
Right.
If the women came out, I don't know that you could just ask the women, who else were you victimized by? Because then, I mean, they could just throw out anyone, right?
Sure.
They could throw out Ben Shapiro.
Of course, but there has to be, like, if they say, okay, I was flown to Epstein's Island, on this time period.
And there's records, right? Because Ben Shapiro was flown out there at
victimized
the same time.
or whatever. And then they look into she gives some estate, or she gives some account of like being victimized. Then you do the police work. You go and you talk to the people that worked at Epstein Island. You say, okay, did this girl show up on the island? They say yes, or they say no. Or you say, okay, who's she accusing? Oh, well, isn't it suspicious that guy she's accusing, this, this rich person, happened to, she didn't know this publicly, privately, they find out this person happened to be flying on Epstein's plane and went to the island at around the same time period. Well, how did she know that if she was just making it up, right? There's ways to look into all this information.
Now, wouldn't these resources be better spent, though, on like a big military parade? What do you think?
Obviously, we need a big military parade for Trump's birthday instead. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
well, look,
that's a good point.
We're in total agreement. No, look, I'm joking. Obviously, we're trying to keep it funny on the show. So I think there's plenty. I think there's plenty of merit to what you're saying, Sitch, that we should investigate this.
If the Trump administration had done an investigation and they're like, okay, we're releasing, the 10,000s of pages of interviews we did with everyone that worked for Epstein, and with victims, and we obviously redacted, identifying information, and this is what we found, and there wasn't sufficient evidence to go after anyone else, but here's all the interviews, here's all the evidence we could collect, and then also you'd have to give an explanation of like what the fuck happened to all the videos that Jeffrey Epstein supposedly was taking. Was it all just of himself? Was all that stuff deleted? Was it all taken? Who deleted it? Who took it? Like,
there's so much that you could release here. It baffles me that they don't want to release anything. Yeah, it makes me think everyone's guilty as sin.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Just say it, because it seems to me when you
release a description of all of the videotapes that there are, right?
Yes.
There's videotape, Epstein and a woman having sex, right?
Right.
John Doe also has sex with woman, right?
Exactly, yes.
Like what is it? But they can't do that because they're protecting John Doe immediately if they do that, right?
Of course.
They just want to keep the public in the dark, completely in the dark, which screams nefarious bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Articulate these two possibilities out loud. One of them is significantly more plausible than the other. Now, again, that does not relieve the responsibility on the administration to answer basic questions of fact publicly. And that's where I think the great screw up is. But I think there are a lot of people who are trafficking in unevidenced theory. And again, I can speculate all day long. You can too. And speculation is fun. But we now have a bunch of people who I trust. I trust Dan Bongino. I trust Kash Patel. And I do trust the president of the United States that he is not covering up a child rape ring.
Mm-hmm. Can I say this? My tweet was a little...
I know.
Why?
That's the
Why
thing.
would you trust that at all?
Saying we can't speculate because we don't know anything, because they're hiding everything from us. That's ridiculous.
Yes.
That is ridiculous. This invites speculation because they're hiding everything.
Worded differently, which was either Pam Bondi is royally screwed up. I mean, she has. That's not in dispute. She's royally screwed up. And the president is just forgiving her because she's a loyal soldier and, he likes her and he doesn't want to go through the messy confirmation process of getting somebody else in there.
And she knows all the dirt. She's seen the fucking files. Can you imagine if he fired her? Oh my God. If she went full Elon Musk, he'd be fucked.
Yep.
So that's possible. That's definitely a possible number one. And there's no there in the files anyway, right? Like the way she screwed up was overpromising when she didn't have the goods, and she genuinely doesn't have the goods. And so the big mistake was overpromising, and the president doesn't really care about that mistake. Or there is something there and it's being covered up and the president blessed it, right? But I didn't say, or there's a child sex ring that he's actively covering up, because the truth is I think there's some middle ground between 1 and 2, your 1 and 2, of there is something in there, more could be disclosed, and it's something short of there's a massive pedophile ring that they're covering up. Like, it would have some names, those men would have to defend themselves. Maybe the administration doesn't think it's a fair position to put them in. Maybe there are questions about the accusers. Maybe there are like half-hearted allegations in there that, normally a DOJ would not put out, but feels like it kind of might have to, given all the promises that have been made by Pam and prior to taking office, Kash and Dan rattling about this. So I think there could be a middle ground. And also, look, this may be complete.
They should come out and describe that then. They should just come out and describe that. They should say, look, nothing illegal happened here, but there's a whole fucking bunch of locker room talk in there that everyone's is going to make everyone look horrible. So we're not releasing it.
Well, and also, if this was any other president, like literally any other president, and this doesn't justify it, by the way, I'm just saying, if there's literally any other president, I could believe that maybe they were covering this up, immorally covering it up. They were covering it up because they're like, oh, I have to protect some rich people or my friends or some other country, or I have to protect the government or the reputation of America. If it was any other president, I could believe maybe that was their motivation. I don't for a fucking second believe that that is Donald Trump's motivation, when the flip side of this is him being hailed as the hero that destroyed the deep state, the thing he's been fighting for his entire political career.
Yeah, this is a massive opportunity to just piss all over the deep state. It's amazing he's not taking it.
This would be the thing that he would be remembered for in the history books, regardless of how much people on the left don't like him. They're like, well, at least he got, the pedos arrested. At least he destroyed this, very fucked up trafficking ring or whatever the hell is actually going on.
Yeah.
They'd have to give it to him.
Rushmore style accomplishment.
Yes. There you go. He could get on Mount Rushmore. He'd be like, I destroyed the deep state. I got rid of the pedos. Put me on Mount Rushmore.
Right.
Bullshit, but I've heard it from a few different people. So I just big asterisks on it. But some have speculated that the Biden DOJ may have left the Epstein files in such a manner that it leads directly with an arrow toward Donald Trump, just as a middle finger toward Trump. Not that he did anything whatsoever, just that they're bastards and they knew he was coming in and they knew his people were interested in this story. So something like that could be.
That's just insane levels of cope.
Between
hold
your
on.
1 and 2.
Politicians would totally do that. The Biden administration would totally do that. If
they would
if
use
feasible.
That information then. We were joking about this early in the stream, that the Biden administration would use that information, number one, if they had it, even if they fabricated it or did it, even if they could make it look like Trump was suspect without somehow implicating themselves or other people, they would have 100%, I think they would have 100% used that. The problem is that they would have implicated a bunch of other people. It would have opened the Pandora's box. You can't open Pandora's box just a little bit and let one thing squeak out, right? You open it and fucking all hell is gonna break loose.
But they could have edited they could have took all their people out of the files and then just left it with all the Republicans and Donald Trump.
They wouldn't, if they did that, then they would have released that information. They wouldn't have edited all the information.
No, they wouldn't have released it because they knew their guys were in there. They were just removed. So
right, but what I'm saying the idea to me that the Biden administration, when Biden is fucking 1 foot in the grave and his brain is mush, that his administration had come up with this Machiavellian plan to alter all the documentation to make it look like Trump was guilty, but not release it. So that when Trump becomes president, if Trump becomes president, by the way, because they would have had to have been doing this for. This is not something you could just rush and do. Oh my God, Trump's going to win. I'm going to do it in a month, I'm
not making the argument for some Machiavellian plan, okay? I'm making the argument that it's very easy to go in there and remove all of the evidence that's incriminating your people. Go through the files, any evidence that's incriminating Democrats, pull it out and destroy it. Mm-hmm. That's easy. That's not Machiavellian.
No. With the intention, Megyn Kelly laid out this plan that they specifically altered the evidence that made it look like Trump was guilty to drop in Trump's lap. Right. Is what she said. And that is a Machiavellian.
Okay. Well, I'm not making that argument, but it would be very easy for the Biden administration to go through. And I do believe I think the Trump administration would do the same thing if they were in that position. They would go through and remove everything that incriminated them.
Well, there's two problems with that idea, which is possible. You're saying it's possible, but there's two problems with it. Number one, the Epstein investigation started when Trump was president. Trump was president for a year and a half.
Right. So he removed all his stuff.
Right. So
all it is Democrats. He leaks that out. All the conservative media goes crazy with, the Democrats are in there, right? The Democrats, as a fucking payback, are like, okay, well, we found all the Trump stuff. We put it back in and we removed all the Democrat stuff.
There you go.
This is like a hot potato that they just keep passing back and forth.
Maybe that's what happened. Yeah. Trump removed all the stuff that incriminated him, Republicans, the Democrats. No, this is what happened. Trump removed all stuff that incriminated him and Republicans. Then the Democrats removed all stuff that incriminated them. So
and now they got nothing.
Is nothing but Epstein and Maxwell, and that's why they come out.
And that's what they're trying. That's what they're trying to pass off now.
Exactly.
But they don't want to release it because everybody knows. Well, if anyone slightly scratches the surface here, all the people they removed are going to come to light.
Right. It's going to be like one of those things where you just erase a little bit and you see all the names change underneath. They're like, oh, what's going on here?
This is so bad. This is so bad.
Where it's less nefarious than full child sex ring. And our government officials have said, let's just move on. We're not going to release this stuff just because you overpromised Pam Bondi and because we have a top two officials at the FBI who were big saber rattlers about this before they took office.
So I agree that there's a plausible idea somewhere in the in-between. But the reason that we care about the Epstein case is because everybody thinks it was a giant child sex ring. I mean, that's the reason we care about it.
That's one for sure. But two is transparency.
Well,
they're going after the Clintons. I don't understand why it just seems like every time Epstein comes up, it comes up in the context of incriminating the Clintons.
Yes.
I agree on the transparency point. I totally agree, right? I mean, that's been the basis of.
And one other thing too, we now know, and this is part of why I think they don't want to release information, because we were told, and I thought it was plausible, but we both thought it was plausible. We were told, oh my God, we know it looks suspicious that Epstein, died in prison when he was supposed to be watched and the camera went out and the guards all fell asleep. But we have additional camera information and witness testimony that makes it so we know with 100% certainty that no one could have possibly got in. We were told this. And now we know that was a bullshit. 100% lie.
Yeah.
They did not have that information. Maybe they have some fucking testimony from the guards who fucking fell asleep. And we have a camera that doesn't show us jack shit. And we also have Epstein was given a magic, mysterious phone call right before he died, which for some reason wasn't recorded.
Mm-hmm.
So we already know with 100% certainty that they fucking lied to us about how he died. So fuck the government, fuck the Trump administration, fuck the Biden administration, fuck anyone involved in this that told us otherwise. I don't believe a fucking word that they say until we see the evidence.
Sitch is coming out as an ANCAP here.
On this issue, I'm 100% going full guilty until proven innocent.
Right.
This entire conversation. But the real reason that people care about Epstein is because the story that was sold for years in retail by pretty much everybody who had a passing even reference to the case was that Jeffrey Epstein was running a child sex ring on behalf of third parties, right, who were unnamed, and that we needed to have the Epstein list of the third parties who were having sex with little girls and then were being blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is how he made his money or how he was serving a foreign intelligence service, right? That is the theory. And so we ought to at least fully publicly articulate that is the theory that most people were operating under until this DOJ memo broke. And that is why people are freaked out right now. I mean, it's not just the transparency. If it turns out, let's put it this way, Megyn, if it turns out that it's your middle of the road case and then those materials get released, that it turns out that there is some scurrilous reference to a third party and it ends up being unredacted, is anyone going to be satisfied? I would say the answer is no, because the theory has been so wildly retailed at this point and widely retailed at this point that anything short of a full justification of the theory means that somebody is covering something up. And this is where I start to get pretty yippy, because if the idea, and this is why I go back to my original reference, if the idea is that the full-scale theory is the thing that is being covered up by President Trump, then people who are making that sort of charge, and that includes, by name, Tucker Carlson at TPUSA, they should actually just say it. If you want to say it, then say it. I mean, Tucker says that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent who was blackmailing people on behalf.
We'll get to that.
Well, hold on. When he gives this argument about how, people won't be satisfied, and if they release all the information, it doesn't say what their preconceived notion is. Yeah, that's true, but who the fuck cares? I don't give a fuck. That's not an excuse for anything. Why even bring that up? Yes, there will be people in any situation, in all of reality, and all of human existence, who, when information comes out, if it doesn't match their preconceived notion, will say conspiracy, cover up. I don't give a fuck. That's a bullshit excuse.
Well, this is the same problem with the election fraud stuff. The media didn't come out and explain why election fraud didn't take place. And the Trump administration hasn't come out and explained why that prominent theory that there's this pedo sex ring that has a bunch of elites involved in didn't happen. Like, they're not coming out and explaining why that theory has been investigated and found to be untrue.
I agree with you. I don't think the media did a very good job really hammering, because you have to hammer it in with any story, and they didn't do a good job just hammering in the debunking a lot of the 2020 election fraud stuff. But if we're going to compare it, at least as of now, there's 10,000 times more articles and people that have done debunks on 2020 election fraud stuff when there's been zero from the Trump administration about the Epstein stuff so far?
Yeah, well, that's my claim is that they need to do that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mossad. We're going to get to that. Let's just table Mossad agent for 2 minutes. You and I are definitely coming back to that, and we can talk about Tucker too.
I mean, that's logically. Totally the point I'm making about Tucker is a very simple one. If you're going to retail that claim and say that you are very certain of that claim, then the claim is really not about Mossad. It's about the United States government covering up for Mossad, which means the Trump administration covering up a sex ring. And if you are going to say the Trump administration and President Trump is covering up a sex ring, you should just have the balls to say it publicly.
Okay. It's true that if he were a Mossad spy, and that's the reason we're not releasing more information, yes, then the theory would be that Trump blessed the cover-up of that for his own reasons. Middle East peace, world peace, a promise he made to somebody. Who knows?
There is no good reason that you can cover up a child sex ring, period. End of story. It would be evil by President Trump, and it would be evil by Mossad, obviously.
Well, okay. I mean, look, I do want to table this because I very much...
Well, I'm glad Ben said that because that is 100% true. Yes, it'd be undeniably evil. Anyone involved in covering up a sex trafficking ring. We're not going to have a Watchmen moral dilemma of giant squid, the sex trafficking ring brought world peace. Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree.
We're all going to be Rorschach here, and we're going to say, no, we're going to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, you can't do the cost-benefit analysis on that. It's like, no. Evil.
Yes.
I just want to get to that piece of the discussion. I just want to stay on part one before we get it, because logically it makes more sense to me just to stick with what actually is happening within the administration and and what might be getting withheld. Here is the whole case is so convoluted. I mean, I spent way more hours than I want to admit going back and looking at his plea deal, when it first came out that he might be a pervert and the feds were involved and the Palm Beach district attorney was involved, and the feds basically stepped in. Alex Acosta was the U.S. attorney. He later became Trump's labor secretary. And he is the one who stepped in and basically gave Jeffrey Epstein what turned out to be a sweetheart deal. Like 2 counts of soliciting prostitution, which is not what he did. He was dealing with 14-year-old girls. You cannot be a prostitute at age 14. That is child rape. That's what that is. So he got a slap on the wrist that gave him like 13 months of the equivalent of house arrest. He had to go sit in like the local jail for 10 hours a day, and then he was back in his office with an ankle monitor. I mean, it was just a complete slap on the wrist. And it also got Epstein off the hook for any crimes he'd committed prior to 2008 toward any young girls for this slap on the wrist, and prevented the government from coming back and prosecuting him for them, and prevented a bunch of victims for suing him for certain things and from obtaining damages beyond a certain amount, all without getting the blessing of the victims. A court later overturned that, saying this is so damned illegal, this whole deal. You cannot do this without alerting the victims. But anyway, there was, and I want to make sure I say it correctly, okay? There was an opinion by a court in this case that was deciding the dispute between a bunch of victims who came forward to say, this wasn't well handled, this is bullshit, and the government. And the government in that case admitted a bunch of things to try to get rid of the case, which it did, including 1, between or about 1999 and 2007, Jeffrey Epstein sexually abused more than 30 minor girls at his mansion in Palm Beach, Florida, and elsewhere. 2, Epstein and his co-conspirators knowingly traveled in interstate and international commerce to sexually abuse them, and they committed violations of Florida law and federal law. 3, in addition to personally abusing his victims, Epstein also directed other persons to sexually abuse the girls. For example, Nadia Markinova sexually abused Jane Doe number 1 and other victims at the direction of Epstein. And then here's one of the other ones. The FBI established, the government admits this, the FBI established that Epstein used paid employees to repeatedly find and bring minor girls to him. Epstein worked in concert with others to obtain minor girls, not only for his own sexual gratification, but also for the sexual gratification of others. So I don't know exactly what that means, Ben, but I know that's our government admitting in court that Jeffrey Epstein worked in concert with others to obtain minor girls, not only for himself, but also for the sexual gratification of others. Who are the others? Who specifically?
Well, I mean,
that hasn't been answered. We've heard names bandied about.
One obvious answer is Ghislaine Maxwell, right, who's in prison right now for having engaged in the sexual.
So I looked it up because didn't remember the exact date. So the date that Epstein got his amazing magical deal, okay, was in 2007 when George W. Bush was president.
Wow.
And I believe it was in September. So wait, see, when was his brother governor? Let's see. No, it might have not been his brother. So his brother wasn't, I don't think his brother was governor of Florida at the time, but it was Charlie Crist, who was also in the Republican Party at the time, was governor. That's when Epstein got this insane sweetheart deal from Alexander Acosta, who then was offered a job in the Trump administration in his first term. This is not looking very good for the Republicans, for all the finger pointing at the Democrats.
Sexual abuse of children, right? And
Right.
one of the other people that you just mentioned is one of the others, right? Nadia, whatever her name is. So,
Right.
you know, that is sort of the big open question that everyone was asking was, okay, who's that? Like Stephen Hawking? Right, because he was one of the names who was mentioned, or Alan Dershowitz was one of the names who was
Lex
mentioned,
Wexner.
or Ehud Barak, or Lex Wexner, right? Like all these were and again, here's my thing. I was open to every single one of these theories until the DOJ and FBI put out a memo saying we have looked at all the evidence and here's what we have come to. Right?
You were persuaded by that
view.
memo without more? I mean, like I wasn't persuaded. I also trust Dan.
I'm not persuaded by a memo. What I'm persuaded by is the fact that I have not seen evidence that they have seen, and so I'm not prepared to call Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, President Trump, J.D. Vance, and
It's
Pam
not the
Bondi
same though.
all liars.
Oh my God. This is so pathetic, Ben. Holy shit. This is so cucked. Oh, I just believe them that even though they just tell me the most obvious lie on the planet, the most heaping full of bullshit, they just spoon into my mouth. I go, oh, I trust you. I'll open my mouth wider, shove it in deeper. You never accept that memo from the Biden administration in a million years. You'd be like, this is the most sketchy thing ever of all time. But when the Trump administration puts out the same memo, it's like, well, you know, I trust these people.
I wish you would ask Ben what he thinks Kash Patel would do if there was incriminating evidence against Donald Trump in the memo or in the files.
Right.
Yeah. Do you think Kash Patel would lie, or do you think Kash Patel would resign or come out against Trump? What do you think would happen there, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
He would fucking lie to your face. Of course he would. He'd lie through his teeth, and you know it.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to hear Ben say, oh, of course, Kash Patel would resign.
Kash Patel's a very honest actor who was hawking vaccine removal pills.
Yes.
And not getting airspace clearance.
He was right about the airspace clearance. Kash Patel was right. Esper was fucking bullshitting. Don't fall for it, Sitch.
Not looking so good for Kash Patel now.
Don't fall for Esper's nonsense.
I don't remember.
Although I do think Esper would resign.
Over this, yeah.
Yeah, of course. And he's a Republican. I think he would totally resign.
Mm-hmm.
Esper's like a Jesus Christian person, so.
Their two-page memo says no credible evidence. No credible evidence. Well, somebody's made a judgment call there, and you could drive a truck through that exception.
Well, I mean, if the idea is that they're supposed to release non-credible evidence, then I'd love to see them, hand it over to a special investigator or to a court. Okay, fine.
But,
so
back to my scenario of possible scenario number two.
It's fine with me, and do a special investigator. I don't care. I mean, I think that'd be good. I mean, that's fine.
I think
there is enough credible evidence on the table already, right? Just in the fact that Epstein had co-conspirators that were outlined in these other court cases. That's evidence. Again,
we're supposed to believe that every witness, every video all said it was just Epstein. We're supposed to believe that.
Mm-hmm.
How is that credible?
Yeah.
That's not credible. That's insane.
No, it is. It's definitely strange credulity.
That would be good.
It's fine. But all of that is fine. But the jump from there to the most extreme version of the theory, I don't find, like, if you're going to
well, again, okay, that's fine. I'll give you that.
It's pure speculation. But if you don't want to,
I've given you that.
Like, I like to operate
but
in
let's
the world of
spend more time in my scenario, which is like 1A, between 1 and 2, of like, they're not covering up a sex ring, but there's enough in there that they find troubling that sees, let's say, major Trump donors that they don't want to embarrass and that have been accused in some way, shape, or form. I mean, even Alan Dershowitz pointed out to me on episode 10 of this show that many others had been accused, and he listed some of them. He mentioned Ehud Barak. He mentioned Bill Richardson. He mentioned a couple of others, saying
Bill
not
Clinton,
everybody.
Donald Trump, right? Everybody.
Bill Clinton, right? Yes.
Yeah.
He said not everybody who's been accused has come forward like I have to say absolutely not. This is bullshit. Virginia Giuffre is lying. And I'll show you all my records to prove that it's a lie. And Alan said on this show, and without specifying which of those names he was referring to, some of those men likely have something to hide. And that's why they haven't been so forthcoming. So those two things, all right, so just take those two things. Alan saying that, and he was Epstein's lawyer. And then the government admitting that he worked to obtain minor girls for the sexual gratification of others. And we don't know who those others are because the government hasn't told us. So those are questions that we'd like answered. You know, if I got Pam Bondi on this show or at a presser, which I would travel to ask her questions, I want that answered. Her memo doesn't do it for me.
I agree.
You know, non-credible evidence is not good enough. Not good enough by far.
Well, I mean, again, I think that in the world of the DOJ and the FBI, for what they are, law enforcement agencies, it may not be good enough for public consumption, but that's sort of what we've been saying from the outset, right? Is that more transparency with regard to the public is necessary. That's not quite the same thing as do the DOJ and the FBI have the legal grounds to prosecute or release information that you want prosecuted or released? Right, that's kind of a different question.
Yeah, I don't know that they do have the grounds to prosecute.
I don't either, but I mean, I would suggest that they probably do not, given that they're not doing the prosecution. That's a different question from informational release or answering questions on a straight up basis.
Agreed.
Again, that's the reason why Dan is pissed, is because he's saying release the information that you can release, or at least answer the questions that you can answer.
Right, I think that's true, because I do believe Dan is convinced there is no case to be brought, and there's not some huge scandal behind the scenes. And I think, yes, one of his frustrations is, why doesn't Pam just, as the spokesperson, she's his boss effectively, go in front of the microphones and just answer all the questions so that you and I and Tucker and everybody else can be as convinced as he apparently now is that there's no there there. I mean, the problem for the administration is, yes, those two top officials at FBI and many in the president's orbit. You know, this is another thing I spent the weekend looking at. Not so much Trump, but J.D. Vance, Don Jr., Alina Habba, many of the president's surrogates have been stirring the Epstein pot now for years.
You think?
For years. And so, you know, we are owed more than a 2-page memo being like, there's no there, now move on.
I mean, I totally agree with you on this. And I still think that there's a gap between that, which I agree with, and the most extreme form of the theory is truly now it's a giant Trump administration cover-up, but I won't actually name the members of the Trump administration because I'm a coward.
Okay. Now let's talk about whether...
I mean, like, I don't know. On one hand, that's true. There are a lot of people in MAGAsphere who are completely coping about this by trying to blame everyone but Donald Trump. That's true. But on the other hand, I don't know why he keeps bringing it up. Like, okay, that's not really that important. I mean, I guess important if you just want to call people a hack. But he's kind of like bringing it up like as if it's some kind of gotcha, some kind of dunk on the people that are trying to get to the bottom of the Epstein stuff. It's very weird.
Trump is?
No, Ben Shapiro.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, no, I wanted to play this Julie Brown soundbite first. Sorry, before we move on from like what's being withheld, what's potentially out there that they're not telling us.
More importantly, do you believe me now that Megyn Kelly has a giant head? Look at her teeny little shoulders. I mean, look at this.
She has a large head. That's true.
Her head is like...
Does she have a large head or does she just have a small frame?
She has a giant fucking head. I've seen her sitting on the couch. I think she was talking to Anna Kasparian and I was like, oh my God.
You have to do a head. Get out the calipers. Okay, we got to do some head measurements here.
It's like an alien. She's got like the teeny tiny little alien body.
Well, that's
giant Megamind head.
That big Megamind brain of hers is at least making her, not believe the Trump administration's bullshit on this. So good for her. It's working.
Her head is like 2/3 of her shoulder width. That's crazy. That's insane. Look at Ben Shapiro's head. It's a normal size head. This is what a normal head looks like.
Which led to the big dispute between Bondi and Bongino and all that. Julie K. Brown is probably the reporter who's done most on Epstein. she's annoying because she hates conservatives, in my viewpoint. And I really can't stand people who report on big, important stories like this and draw those lines. It's just bullshit. You know, when you're talking about the protection of minors, like I asked her to come on the show in 2020. I asked her for help trying to figure out what's happening with Epstein. Nope, wouldn't do it. I'd love to put her on now. She won't do it. She goes on the lefty podcasts. I think she was on with Jim Acosta. She went on with Dan Le Batard, right? But she's not going to do a conservative podcast because I guess in her mind, you only give a shit about little kids if you're a liberal, even though her side of the aisle has taken huge dumps on this story since the day it was broken. That no one had time for Julie K. Brown and her reporting other than people on the right, as you know, Ben. But having said all that, she's annoying, but I think she's honest. And she did go on this Le Batard show on Saturday and spoke to...
You know, that's very unfortunate. If you're on the left and your name is literally Libtard.
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
Hey,
I was like, wow.
I want to go on the Dan Libtard show.
They're always calling me a libtard. So I changed my name to Libtard.
That is very unfortunate. That's very unfortunate for him.
What's likely still out there that could be releasable on Epstein? Here's part of it in SOT 6. Is it 6 or 7? I'll let Debbie figure that out. 7.
Are there more Epstein files?
Oh my God, yes. There's tons of files. Tons of files. When she said she had the files sitting on her desk, I was just stunned. I'm like, those files wouldn't even fit in her office. I mean, remember, they did an investigation way back in 2005. All that stuff had to land at the Justice Department because, you know, they did a subsequent investigation in New York, so they had to look at everything. Right. And remember, the Department of Homeland Security has records because he went in and out of all those airports with his private.
Okay, I think I finally figured out what happens. Okay.
I have a theory too.
Okay, my theory is that Pam Bondi, it's like her first day as Attorney General. Mm-hmm. She's like, give me the Epstein files. And they're like, are you sure? She's like, yeah. And they're like, all right. They're like, come with me. You know, they take her into like a van and it goes into like an underground bunker. And then they open this door and it's that room at the end of Indiana Jones where they had the Ark of the Covenant. You know, it's like that giant warehouse.
Oh,
that just goes on forever.
Yeah.
And they're like, here they are. And she looks around. She's like, well, where are the Epstein files? And they're like, no.
These are them.
These are the Epstein files. And she was like, what? I can't go through all this. So she's like, well, do you have a digital copy? And they're like, okay, yeah, we can digitize all these paper records. So you digitize all the paper records. It's like, you know, even those text documents, it's like, you know, trillions of gigs of information. And they're like, okay, this is way too much to read. Shove it in the ChatGPT. Give me a summary.
Synthesize it.
They're like, ChatGPT, did anyone else do anything wrong? And it's like, nope, just Epstein. It's like, oh, there you go. We did it, boys.
The files, I think, have been whittled down. So like every administration, they have let their people go in and get the stuff that incriminates them. It's like all the Republicans, all the Democrats, all the Congress people, everyone is like, okay, you got your 35 minutes, go in and get your shit out of there. Go get the incriminating stuff.
They used to have an open house where like Congress people and anyone in the government could go into the Epstein files warehouse and just pull shit out.
Pull shit out. Pull the shit out that incriminates you.
Yes.
And now it's now it's down to 2 pages because everyone's gone in there and pulled out all the shit that incriminates them.
Right.
That's my theory. So
I could believe that. Yeah.
With his private planes, they kept track of who was on his planes. They haven't released that. The FAA has flight records that haven't been released. There's been tons of material in different government departments that even hasn't been released. And like I said, you can look on the vault. There's like
who is this woman? And I don't remotely believe her just because she's all up in her camera. That's like some crazy person.
I don't know. Megyn Kelly said even though she doesn't like her personally, she's some reporter who's been on the Epstein case from the beginning. So,
well, if you have been on the Epstein case from the beginning, and this is the best you can articulate the tons and tons of information that they
it's
have.
not great.
Yeah, they have flight logs. Oh, look, I haven't been on the case that long, and I know they have flight logs.
Right.
And what's so incriminating about the flight logs?
Well,
right?
If you're flying to the island specifically.
Yeah. I'm sure a bunch of staff flew to the island, right? Do they have
question those fucking people?
A passenger manifest?
Question them all.
Right. And of course, your maids are going to know everything about your wheelings and dealings with underage
Someone's going to
girls.
see something. You can't have.
Right.
I do not get the sense that Epstein, this billionaire who's going all around the world with the rich and elite and world leaders and banging underage kids and gets a sweetheart deal. None of this feels like he was a person who was very concerned about covering things up. He was this is a fucking guy who was literally, and I mean literally, going to high schools, getting people, underage girls, to give him sex and then say, I want you to tell your friends. I want you to go find more underage girls. Tell your friends to come to my house so I can pay them for sex. He's telling this to teenage girls.
You think he tells
He's not
his
concerned
staff
about secrecy, okay?
You think
teenage
he tells
girls,
his staff this is a jail bait I picked up at the high school? I abducted from the high school?
I don't
he
think
says,
he said
look,
that.
this is my niece.
He might as well. No. Oh, look, there's another one of Jeffrey's nieces. Wow, it's so
He's got
weird.
a big
Jeffrey's got,
family.
like,
Lots of
100
nieces.
Yeah. And he only sees them like once every, he keeps seeing different ones, right? He doesn't see the same couple of nieces too.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to lie to the staff. The staff, they're not going to, I mean, they'll probably suspect, but if a reporter comes and talks to him, they're going to say, oh yeah, his niece was here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
They know the score. All right, let's see if she gets some more good information other than what could some of this evidence look like?
20, 30 parts. Jeffrey Epstein part 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you click on all those things, you'll see, hundreds of pages. So there's probably tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, so.
That are still missing, that are ostensibly at this point being covered up.
Right, because they're all redacted.
It's the FBI's The Vault. So that's her saying there's more. There's a lot more, Ben. And then I'll just give you one more from her. She also has serious doubts about the cell block tape showing not Jeffrey Epstein's cell, but the area outside of his cell, which she does not credit in any way, shape, or form. She completely rejects that as evidence he did not kill himself, or that he did kill himself. Sorry, I always screwed that up. Here she is in, let's see, SOT 6, I think it is. Yeah, they got it.
I covered prisons for about 4 years, and I can't even tell you some of the stuff that people get away with in those prisons. They know exactly where the cameras are. They know exactly how to commit crimes where nobody knows how to do them. It is a science to them. I mean, these prisons are full of corrupt people, and it's just not a far-fetched idea and not a conspiracy theory to think that something else may have happened. Now, I'm not saying he was murdered. I just don't think we know the full story.
Okay, your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, that last quote's about as vague as it's possible to be. I mean,
she did go on. She did go on. She talked about how you can't see Jeffrey Epstein's cell. You don't know whether another prisoner went in there.
That's fine. But when she says she's not saying that he didn't commit suicide, but it's possible. What I want to know is then who killed him. So again, I'm only operating off the evidence that I can see in front of my eyes. We can all speculate as to the evidence that we can't see, but now we're doing kind of God of the gaps sort of stuff. Okay, well, I mean, I don't have evidence.
Oh my God. Ben Shapiro just dropped a God of the gaps? What? Ben Shapiro believes in God. What's going on?
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, what that's.
You're not allowed to say that.
I mean, it's also totally bullshit too. It's like, yeah, we don't know. That's the point. We were lied to. We were told that they had evidence that no one could get in there. And now we know that that was a lie, Ben.
Huge lie.
Evidence of what the other two cameras that were broken or allegedly broken saw. And I don't have that, and you don't have that. Nobody has that, right? It doesn't exist, supposedly. And as far as this camera, all I can see is what's on the footage that we were presented. So I can speculate, but my speculation is not worth very much. And I don't think hers is on that particular score either, considering we now have multiple autopsies. So you can either believe it or you can't believe it. But if you're going to...
I think we should throw those guards that mysteriously fell asleep in jail. That will shake some things out. Fuck you. You let someone die. Okay? You go to jail now. Someone was in your care and you let them die. Go to jail.
If I got thrown in jail every time I fell asleep, I'd be fucking...
Well, listen, if you're a prison guard on the suicide watch wing of a prison and both your dumb fuck asses fall asleep or are Amazon shopping or whatever and someone fucking dies, then it's your ass. No one has been held responsible for this whatsoever. It's been like, whoopsies, it was just, the cameras didn't work. Everyone fell asleep. Oh, it's just magic. I guess it's okay. Everyone just did an oopsies. We're all human.
Sitch is ready for heads to roll. He's going. Yes. He's out for blood.
This is crazy.
He wants to get to the bottom of this Epstein stuff.
This is insane what they're feeding us.
I have two alternative theory. One is the medical examiner who said this is a suicide, and one is Dr. Bodden who said no, doesn't look like one.
Well, Dr. Bodden, I don't credit for very much. I mean, his prior history with autopsies is rather checkered. And when it comes to the DOJ also did an autopsy and an investigation and found that he committed suicide as well. And again, I've talked to without revealing sources.
We saw that picture of the inside of Epstein's cell, and he has like 10 tons of blankets and outfits. And you're like, okay, if this guy was supposed to be on suicide watch, who the fuck kept giving him clothes? Why would you do this? I thought he was on suicide watch. What do you think he's going to do with suicide? He's going to try to kill himself. There's like only one way to really do it in the prison cell.
I thought he was off suicide watch, though. They took him off.
Oh, is that the problem?
And then they gave him the rope. He was on suicide watch, but then they took him off and said, here's your rope. You're no longer on suicide watch.
We have, a guy here who's accused, a billionaire who's accused of some of the most heinous acts, who people think is part of some sort of global conspiracy, who maybe tried to kill himself, but he hasn't done that in like 3 days. So let's take him off suicide watch now. Yeah, that makes sense.
People in the federal government who I have talked to, who are familiar with the details of this case, have said unanimously that it was a suicide. Now, again, you can say that they're all lying.
I totally disagree.
Right.
Totally disagree. I have my own sources high up in the law enforcement, let's say, I'll just go that far, who say, not only do we believe he was an agent, but we don't believe he killed himself.
I mean, that's fine. And then they should come out and they should say that. And then they should say who's covering that up.
Okay, but this is what, Ben, they can't. I mean, there are a lot of people who say they can't, right? They can't because let's look at what the administration is saying right now. They don't want to be the one to cross Trump. Look,
Megyn,
my position is...
Her source is Dan Bongino. I bet.
Oh my God, for real?
Probably.
Like, show us all the evidence so we can come to our own conclusions.
I have names of the people. So I agree with you. That's fine. But in the absence of that, I have the names of the people who are making the claim that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, and that the most gross, and sort of extreme of the conspiracy theories, just don't even call them conspiracy theories, the most sort of, extreme version of the theory is not true. I have names of the people who are claiming that. Okay, they are all in the administration. And this is my point. If other people want to make those claims that are counter to that, then they should provide evidence or at least put their names on it so we can question them about that as well, because otherwise we're just in the realm of pure speculation. And frankly, I just don't find that useful. I would love more useful information. This is why I'm angry at Pam Bondi. I think there should be all the useful information possible. But the same thing holds true for people who are making claims on the other side. Otherwise, I can claim that he was working for a cadre of space aliens who are blackmailing high-profile Americans in order to protect from a future invasion. And there's just about...
This is so ridiculous.
I know.
This is so ridiculous. You want to present some evidence that there are space aliens involved? I think we can rule that one out.
Yes, Ben. We could rule out the space alien.
We can speculate without getting farcical, right?
Yes.
It's not a big leap to think, oh my God, some wealthy people were incriminated and they actually killed somebody so that they wouldn't be, right?
Right.
That's not out there.
Well,
it's not a wild claim.
Yeah, I mean, and we don't know for sure, but there are some very suspect connections between Epstein Maxwell Ghislaine in Israel that make people uncomfortable and should be investigated. Far more suspicious circumstantial evidence than fucking space aliens.
Right. Yeah. Just wild. The whole idea that we can't speculate is just crazy.
As much evidence for that as many of the claims that are being made on the other side.
All right, well, let's talk about that.
What? Okay.
Made requires evidence. Any claim that's being made requires actual evidence. And at the very least, in the absence of evidence, the credible names of the people that I can either trust or not trust, ranging from, again, the President of the United States and Vice President to the head of the FBI, the AG, and the Deputy Head of the FBI.
Well, I think it's very hard to say those people need to come out and put their names on these claims when they're working for an administration, this one and the one before, that didn't want that to come out. You're asking somebody to countermand the people they work for.
How am I supposed to falsify their claims? Now we're working in the realm of the unfalsifiable.
You're not, but look, Ben, you can't come to me and say, everybody I know says he killed himself. And then I respond saying, I actually have my own sources who say he didn't. And then you say, well, your sources are not valid because they won't put their names on it. Okay, who are your sources? Let's go down the list and then we'll talk about why they might be saying that.
My sources are the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, Dan Bongino, the Deputy Head of the FBI, and Pam Bondi, the Attorney General. And those aren't just my sources. They're everybody's sources because they publicly came out and said this.
Okay. Ben will not acknowledge the conflict of interest here at all.
My sources are all the people that work for Trump and the person and Trump who seems to be covering it up.
Yeah, giant conflict of interest.
Yes, go on.
Trump hasn't specifically weighed in on that specific aspect of it.
So, Adam, I want you to know this. This is breaking news. I have a source that Bill Clinton didn't do nothing wrong with Epstein. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, fortunately, I can tell you my source. My
Hillary Clinton
was Bill Clinton. He told me he didn't do anything wrong with Epstein. Okay.
Might be a conflict of interest there, Sitch.
Yes.
Do you know what a conflict of interest is?
I know that it's a good thing because stories need conflict. So you want a lot of conflict in your interests.
Isn't Ben Shapiro a lawyer? You think he would know what a conflict of interest is?
We've all seen the limited things that Trump has said and tweeted on this. And J.D. Vance was calling for transparency and suggesting otherwise prior to taking office. He hasn't commented on this so far. So he's not one of your sources.
He's the vice president.
You've got Kash, you've got Dan, and you've got Pam.
He does not. J.D. Vance does not want to get involved in this, I guarantee.
We've already discussed that memo in full detail. I'm talking about people behind the scenes who, prior to Trump taking office, I'm not going to get too specific, but trust me, I have high-level sources who have said they don't believe any of that. Any of that. Okay. So, and I'm not going to out them for purposes of convincing you, but you're telling me name them. No, I'm not going to. I don't have authorization.
I'm not saying
and then you say, well, I dismiss
Megyn,
all of it because you won't name them.
Hold on, Megyn, I'm not saying you should name them. I'm saying they should name themselves because otherwise they are being complicit in one of the greatest cover-ups in the history of the American
Republic. That's easy for you to say, Ben. That's very easy for you to say.
Why is that easy for me to say? Why?
Because
look, obviously those people are not naming themselves because of what? A conflict of interest. Holy shit.
You'll have your job and you'll have your millions no matter what they do.
Megyn, give me a break. If somebody came out today and they were a whistleblower on the greatest scandal in the history of the American Republic, they would make more money tomorrow than in their entire life working for the FBI. That's ridiculous.
Okay. There are...
Well, there's two problems. Number one, what if they know or strongly believe that Epstein didn't kill himself and was murdered?
Yeah, and they know who is the murderer, and that person has the ability to murder them pretty easily.
Yes, that's number one.
Yeah, that's huge.
Right.
That's huge.
That's huge. Number two could be that Kash and Pam and Dan Bongino, they don't 100% know the truth. They just highly suspect it, and they know Trump is acting super sus about the whole situation. So if they blow the whistle, they destroy their career, but they don't really have anything to show for it other than Trump just is acting sus, which, that doesn't mean anything.
Right. Yes.
Reasons not to cross the people who are in charge. And that's all I'm going to say. And look, this is me not having drawn a conclusion. I don't know what the truth is. I've been reporting in a way. I mean, I see you've taken a side that you've chosen to believe the story that's being offered, and that's fine. A lot of people have. I'm not there yet. I don't actively say that there's a pedophile ring. I don't say any of that. I'm just following the facts, and we're not at the place where I can draw that conclusion.
Well, no, I can draw the conclusion that the evidence that I'm seeing and the people who are speaking about it lead me toward this particular conclusion. And if counter evidence is presented that is not speculative, then I will change my conclusion, because that's what I've done on this case. Until this memo came out, I was weighing toward the more extreme version of this theory. And you can look back at my tweets and what I've said about it. And then this came out. And now my perspective has changed. When the facts change and the people who are speaking
I guess I'm just not that trusting of government. There are other facts. They said not credible. There's no credible evidence. They talked about what was the...
Yeah, give us the uncredible evidence. Just drop that. We'll take a look, see what we think. You're muted.
Sorry about that. JMac, our circuit file for $120. Thank you. Says, Ben's position does make sense to me because it hinges on the trust of friends. For example, if you and Adam had told me you guys had information that something wildly suspect wasn't true, I would probably lead towards trusting you two until I found otherwise. But that being said, I don't trust anyone in the Trump administration, so sorry, Ben. Yeah, I guess, like, I understand psychologically, like, as a normal person, yeah, you're going to trust your friends and all this other stuff. But I don't even know if, I mean, Ben isn't really friends with Donald Trump. I thought not even really a big Trump supporter anyway. So I don't know why the fuck you would trust Trump. Unless he's saying, is he some like great friends with Pam Bondi or Kash Patel? Like he has some personal relationship with these people. He's like, oh, these people are super solid. I trust them. Which I don't know if he does, but even if he does, he should say that like up front and be like, yes, I have, I'm very strong friends with these people. So I take their word for it, but I understand that is not going to be that the public would not accept that statement from me, nor should they accept that statement from me. Like if I was really good friends with someone who was accused of something crazy and there seemed to be, and unless I had direct knowledge that, the accusations were wrong, I'd just be like, yeah, I don't believe it's true because he's my friend and he seems like a trustworthy guy, but I'm not going to comment on it and definitely not going to do a fucking debate about it because I'm obviously hyper biased in the situation. So if that's Ben's position, then he shouldn't put himself in this position, in this situation. He should just say, I trust my friends. And that's all I'm going to say.
I love this super chat because I'm constantly saying this is the number one epistemology. And epistemology is just a fancy word for how we come to knowledge or how we know things or believe things are true. And the number one epistemology is my friend told me. My friends, people that I trust told me this to be true. So therefore I believe it, right?
Right.
Which, I mean, it's hard. It's super hard to get past that. Obviously, we're trying to get past it. Science is trying to get past it. Journalism is trying to get past it, right? Medicine's trying to get past it, but it's so easy to just fall right back into that very root. A friend told me and I trust them, so it's got to be true.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and it makes sense what Jay's saying because that is how everyone, that is the default way in which humans interact with the world is that way.
Yeah.
And so that's why you have to be very careful when you listen to journalists or pundits. If you are going to trust them, be like, okay, why do I trust this person? Have they proven to be trustworthy in situations?
Well, and they could still be wrong.
They could still be wrong.
I think Ben Shapiro is very smart. I like his political analysis. I think a lot of his analysis is right on the money. Completely disagree with him here.
Yeah.
So just because someone is often right, it doesn't make them infallible by any means.
It's a good point.
So
I don't know. I really do wonder if this wasn't potentially connected to Israel, if his position would be different. I just feel
that
like
is his bias point. That is totally his bias point.
Yeah, he's way too biased on Israel. It's like crazy.
We joke around about TDS a lot, but this is the problem with TDS is it creates this bias where Trump can't do anything right. So like any of the derangement syndromes really fuck people up as far as bias goes. So like Democrat derangement syndrome, you're like, oh, the Democrats can't do anything right. Well, I mean, sometimes they get something right. Okay.
Right.
Same with conservative derangement syndrome, something that like Destiny suffers from. Oh, come on. They're not wrong about everything. It's just silly to embrace the world that way.
And then there's obviously the Israel derangement syndrome, which is Israel's the great Satan. So
Jewish derangement syndrome, right?
Got to be objective.
The qualifier they use on the client list, something like no persuasive client list or something.
Megyn, I'm not that trusting of government either, unless I know the exact people in government we're talking about.
Okay.
Like government is not
look,
just a
all
giant,
I've said so far is I trust Dan.
Are those people Republicans? Because you can trust them. It's like, what?
Bob. Government,
but do you believe that Dan has all the information? You believe Dan Bongino has everything? You believe he's seen all the SDNY had? You believe, what about Julie Brown's claims about the number of data, like the documents, the Department of Homeland Security, flight logs on who was on his planes? Do you believe he has all that in his purview and he's said, I've reviewed it all and none of it's persuasive? I don't believe that. I believe Dan's reviewed what's been made available to him by the pre-existing FBI. And in there, he hasn't come up with anything that proves Epstein was murdered or found some child pedophile ring that's been covered up. That's fine. I'll accept his word and effectively Cash's word and Pam's word to some extent on that. But it doesn't explain all these other questions that existed prior to them taking office, that have been raised by people like Julie Brown, that have been raised by people like Pam Bondi before today. And I'm not satisfied.
Again, I'm unsatisfied at the amount of information that we're getting. But if the question is there information being hidden now from Dan or Cash or Pam, then I would like evidence that there's information hidden from them in the same way that I want them to be more transparent. Why is asking for evidence from all sides?
Well, are you not persuaded by that soundbite from Julie K. Brown, for example? Like that DHS would have more.
That's another conflict of interest too, because Dan Bongino and Cash Patel, they can't come out and say they're not giving us jack shit, right? Then they look like dopes. So he's supposed to be the head of the FBI, and he can't even get them. He can't even get access to the full file. But I do think people have probably gone through those files and cribbed a bunch of shit out. So look, I don't know if they're digitized. It's probably hard to just delete files, right? Because they've got some master file somewhere, and then when they share it, they share like a digital copy of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. Because it's probably secure information, so they're probably not sharing it that way.
Well, and also, you know, that document that came out from the Justice Department and the FBI, that was like no one else is guilty document. That is the equivalent of the everyone in the gang has to shoot the body so that everyone's culpable. That's what that was. Because you're totally right. Like all their reputations have already been destroyed because of that document. So now when they start backtracking, it's like, well, why did you let that document come out in the first place? Why did you ever sign off on that
document? Nobody signed that document.
I know nobody exactly, but that shows you that exactly. Nobody signs it, but they all supposedly signed off on it secretly or behind the scenes.
Or they're all going to say, "Oh, that was Cash's idea. I totally was against it."
Right.
And that was Pam Bondi's idea.
Yeah, right. All the finger pointing.
This is so crazy. They're all every single night at the foot of their beds just praying that this goes away tomorrow.
Yep.
That FBI, just on their vault alone, has tons and tons of redacted information that you could see that they may or may not be able to see. I don't know. But that there's lots of information still out there.
She's claiming that quote that the FBI does have all that information.
Okay, so do you think she's lying? I mean, do you think that like the redactions are not available to the FBI?
Well, and another good point here too to bring up here is why actually, and I will say this critical of Ben, you're stupid if you are going to put faith into Pam Bondi or Cash Patel on this issue, because they've already. This isn't the first time. This is the second time they showed us that they're either covering something up or horribly incompetent. Because the first time was the binders fiasco. They said, we're releasing the information. We're releasing the list. Oh my God, here we are. We're making good on our promise. And then they released a bunch of information everyone already fucking had. And they hurt the reputation of all those, MAGA pundits that took their dumb pictures with the fucking binders. Okay. So that already showed you like, oh, that's strike one. These people seem like they're fucking incompetent. How could she let that come out there? How could they let that go? And now this is strike two. So why would we assume credibility or competence on these people's behalf?
The more this goes on, the more I think that binder thing was supposed to be the whole enchilada.
Yes.
And it just got fucked up because people knew all that stuff already.
Yeah, but see, and that shows you how horribly incompetent were these people.
No, I totally agree. Yeah.
Right. We could put out a bunch of information that everyone already knows about and, rub our hands together and say, we did it.
Yeah. It's so funny. They always give the Democrats a hard time for focus grouping everything, but a little focus group might have helped here, right?
I mean, yeah, maybe that's the fourth potential here. This isn't a cover up. These people are just dumb as dirt,
right,
and horribly incompetent at their job. Maybe that's. I don't know if that's good. That's not a better. I don't know if that's a better answer to this question than a massive cover up. Is that they're all horribly stupid, incompetent.
Well, why? I mean, there is some aspect of cover up here, obviously.
No, but I mean, like in terms of if they're so dumb that someone's covering it up and they just give them the cover up materials and they just go, oh, well, this is what they gave me. That checks out. They just sign off on it. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, obviously someone along the way is covering something up.
Right.
I think the reactions are available to the FBI. So okay. What? You were making the claim a moment ago that they actually are not available to Pam or Dan.
Well, that's my point. So why don't they put them out? So like, why wouldn't they come out and say, here are the documents that we have. We've redacted the following information. This is a child's name. This is a victim's name. Where's the DHS account of who was on the Epstein plane? Where's the Alan Dershowitz account of those names that I gave you and what role, if any, they played in this matter? So, none of that's been provided.
I agree with you. There should be more transparent.
Right, and we've taken away different conclusions.
Right. Your conclusion is that they're covering something up. And my conclusion is that there's wild incompetence happening at the level of the attorney general. And that's the reason why Dan is upset.
I don't think you're.
Okay, then you need to explain Trump's comments, Ben. You need to explain Trump's crazy comments about trying to make this all some sort of left-wing conspiracy if it was just incompetence by Pam Bondi.
Can he at least come out and say Trump is lying?
I don't know. Like,
does he buy Trump's narrative?
I have no fucking clue. It sounds like he does. Or no, it sounds like he doesn't, but he doesn't want to say it. For all his whole, like, oh, everyone should just come out and say Trump is doing X, Y, Z. Well, then what you're going to have to come out and say Trump. What is Trump doing? Is he just lying to cover? Is Trump so loyal to Pam Bondi that he fabricated a lie just to protect her? Which, if that's even the case, that's really bad.
This is crazy.
Not child sex trafficking bad, but still bad.
I think you're trusting the conclusions of that memo and a decision made by our administration to move past this far too much. I mean, I'm pro-Trump. I'm a Trump supporter, but I think they've made a decision that they want to put this in the rear view. You think it's because there's absolutely no there, and you're crediting that claim. And I have doubts about whether that's true.
I mean, that's fine. And again, I'm open to doubts about whether that's true. But I think that once you have the doubts about whether they are lying to you, that's a different thing. Is it incompetence or lying? I mean, that really is the question, is it not?
You don't think even the Trump administration is capable of lying to the public because they think it's for the greater good? They think there's a solid reason to do it?
I'm wondering what they are lying about and what the lies would be. So again, I think in your middle scenario,
but you just answer my question. Do you think they're capable of doing it if they think it's for the greater good?
I think anybody is capable of lying if they think that it's for the greater good, of course. But I think that in order to answer the question of whether they are doing that, we would have to determine what greater good is being pursued and what the lie is. I think all of this is a little vague.
Well, that's why some of us are still asking questions. I'm not in the business of covering for any administration, Republican or not.
Megyn, not all the questions are the same. Asking a question about whether all the information has been released because there are figures who would be publicly humiliated because they were riding on Epstein's plane, but there's no evidence the person was raping a child, is not quite the same thing as some of the more outstanding claims, which is that the administration is covering up full scale for a child sex operation. Right? Not all questions are
okay, that's fine. That's a debate you need to have with somebody else because no one on this set is claiming that. All right, let's move on to point two, which is whether he was some sort of an agent. And that's a possible reason why he got a sweetheart plea deal and or why to this day, people aren't that interested in digging deep under the Jeffrey Epstein story. So there's a lot of speculation about this. You mentioned Tucker. I'll just play what he said at Turning Point, and we can take it from there.
What the hell is this? You have the former Israeli prime minister living in your house. You have had all this contact with the foreign government. Were you working on behalf of Mossad? Were you running a blackmail operation on behalf of foreign government?
And there's another one, SOT 3. Play that, follow up.
And I think the truth, for whatever it's worth, in case you're interested, is that the DOJ didn't release lots of incriminating sex videos with Epstein and his billionaire pals because they don't have them. They don't have them because when the original search warrant was served, 2007, I think, it was basically designed to protect Epstein. The search warrant was written in such a way to make sure that the feds never got their hands on the actually incriminating evidence. The real question is, Why was he doing this? On whose behalf? And where did the money come from? And I think the real answer is Jeffrey Epstein was working on behalf of intel services, probably not American. And no one has ever gotten to the bottom of that because no one has ever tried. It's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that. There's nothing anti-Semitic about saying. There's nothing even anti-Israel about saying that. I've spent my entire life pretty much in Washington, where I knew and loved a number of people, including one very close person who worked at CIA.
I find it hard to believe that we're going to gather some kind of intelligence that's amazing for America that we're not going to use. We're just going to be like, this is Israeli intelligence. Hands off, right?
Yes. Obviously, if that was going on, it was a joint operation.
It's complete bullshit.
Right. The idea that it would just be Israel and America just like, ho hum, we're just going to let Israel do this to all the politicians and rich people in America and not do anything about it is ridiculous. Yeah.
Totally bullshit.
Right. But it is funny that Tucker can be on the right side of this just because it's Israel.
Right, and he hates Israel.
Just because this fits very neatly into the America bad narrative and the Israel bad narrative, so he can have the right side of the issue, which is unfortunate and sad.
Right.
That's what it takes. But okay.
Well, I wonder if he's saying that to try to move away from the America bad. Israel's responsible for all this nefarious shit. Of course, we American intelligence agencies weren't doing this, sacrificing their own citizens.
See, the thing is, when I've heard people broach that, it strains credulity to believe that Israel could be doing this without America knowing about it. And so usually when people kind of do it and hyperfixate only on the Israel part of it, it seems like the implication is, well, Israel secretly controls America through Jeffrey Epstein or through some other channel. So obviously that's what was going on here.
Complete bullshit.
That has never prohibited me from saying, I think the CIA has done some horrible things. That doesn't make me a disloyal American. It doesn't make me anti-American in any...
Oh, and also I just want to say it's funny. He was like, we're not allowed to say Israel. Bitch, every fucking person on the planet talking about Epstein has brought up the Israel connection. No one's hiding this. No one's like, we're not allowed to talk. Can't talk about that.
Sense.
Okay, so many people believe that. You could hear the cheers in the audience when he said he believes Epstein was working for Mossad. I, on my Twitter feed today, laid out some of the evidence why people believe he was an agent. I don't know whether that's true. And if he was an agent, I don't know whether he was ours or he was Mossad or he was something else. But I know there's enough to sniff around on whether he was an agent. The most persuasive piece of which is where to get all that money. I mean, nobody's been able to answer the question in following the money of how Jeffrey Epstein earned all that dough. Why is it problematic for Tucker to say, I think he was an agent, I think he worked for Mossad?
I mean, Tucker can say whatever he wants. It's a free country. I think that if he's saying that he worked for Mossad and that no one has looked into it and that he was running a child sex ring on behalf of Mossad and the evidence should exist for that to happen, then just say the administration is covering for Mossad. I mean, if you're that certain of it, and you believe that that's the case, then presumably the case that you're making is that the administration is now working for Mossad and covering up a child sex ring. So he can say that, that's fine. But I think he should then have the balls to say what Dave Smith said, which is that the Trump administration was covering for a child sex ring that was a blackmail scheme run by Mossad. If you want to actually say that, then say it. Okay. And then provide evidence to that effect. Because the only evidence that I've seen related to Jeffrey Epstein and Mossad, so far as I am aware, is a second-hand quote from Vicky Ward at the Daily Beast, who I do not consider a verifiable source, about Alex Azar, the original prosecutor.
She was on Epstein from the beginning, though.
I mean, her being on Epstein from the beginning doesn't mean she's a credible source. She ran for the Daily Beast, and she was arguing about a person who said second-hand her. Yes. So what? Vanity Fair is a shitty publication.
Okay, I'm just saying, that's fine. You can dislike Vicky Ward. I'm not running a defense for her.
No, but the point is that the Alex Azar quote that she is making is not even from Alex Azar. It is
Alex
a secondhand
Acosta.
Anonymous quote. Thank you. Sorry, Alex Acosta, the prosecutor who ended up being labor secretary. Okay, Alex Acosta. That quote was not from Alex Acosta. It was from a secondhand source, and that said that he was told to shut down the investigation essentially because he was working for an intelligence agency, right? That was that quote. And then
let me just give it exactly. I'll just give it exactly because we need to be precise. So she reported in Vanity Fair. Well, she reported for Vanity Fair like a definitive Epstein article, and then she updated it in the Daily Beast in 2019 when I think it was after Epstein died, or it could have been when Trump nominated him.
It's probably when they did the investigation into the
no,
Acosta,
it had to be exactly.
Pardon, right? Or the
so she updated. He was already in office, Acosta, at this point. So she reported that. Stand by. I've tweeted out. Now I'm looking to find it. Okay, that she had spoken with a member of the Trump transition team when Trump was taking office, who told her that when they talked to Acosta about possibly becoming the labor secretary, they said, is this Epstein thing, this settlement that you oversaw, going to be a problem for us? You know, because you're the guy who basically gave him that slap on the wrist. And that Acosta had told the Trump transition team that Epstein, quote, belonged to intelligence, end quote, and that he'd been ordered to, quote, leave it alone, end quote, and that he'd, quote, been told to back off. He later was on the record, Ben, as saying Maine Justice was the one who told him to settle that case and that they had approved of the Epstein plea deal. So that's him. We know that Maine Justice did tell Alex Acosta to settle that case. What we don't know is whether he in fact said all that stuff to the Trump transition team.
Well, he was asked about this at a hearing, I believe, a congressional hearing, and he said that there are a lot of rumors out there and you shouldn't believe everything you read, I believe was something close to the direct quote from the congressional
We
hearing
have it. We have it, right, Deb? Do we have it?
That is the most uncommittal answer of all time. Someone says, well, it's reported that you said that you were told to go easy on someone because they're part of intelligence. And their response is, don't believe everything you read. That's not a no. That's not a no. That's a you saying yes, but I can't say yes. That's what that is.
Right. Yeah.
Because if it was no, you would just say that's not true. I didn't say anything like that.
Sorry, stand by. We have it on camera. It was first asked, it was a press conference on July 10th, 2019. This is the first we know of that he was asked about Vicky Ward's report. Watch.
Secretary, were you ever made aware at any point in your handling of this case if Mr. Epstein was an intelligence asset of some sort?
So there has been reporting to that effect, and let me say there's been reporting to a lot of effects in this case, not just now but over the years, and again, I would hesitate to take this reporting as fact. This was a case that was brought by our office. It was brought based on the facts. And I look at that reporting and others. I can't address it directly because of our guidelines. But I can tell you that a lot of reporting is just going down rabbit holes.
Fuck off. Get out of here. What did you rape that person? Well, just, I can't say because of our policy, but don't believe everything you read or you're going to go down a bad rabbit hole. Oh, okay, so you did. That's what that means, right? Because if it was no, you just say fucking no. There's no procedure out there that exists where someone says, did you do something wildly untrue? And you can't say, no, I didn't do that thing, or my organization didn't do that thing.
You're not allowed to say that.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Let me look at my DOJ procedure here in the DOJ handbook for Florida. It says if someone accuses you of giving a pedophile a sweetheart deal because they're an intelligence operative, you're not allowed to say yes or no to that. Wow, that's very specific. I'm a little worried why this specific scenario exists in Florida policy, actually.
To protect Jeffrey Epstein, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look, it was added right at the time that we made this sweetheart deal for Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, look, that's the addendum right here. Oh, very interesting.
I never would have suspected.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but that's a non-denial denial. And he never came out to deny it in any other way after Vicky Ward reported it.
Thank you, Megyn.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Megyn's doing a great job here.
Yes.
I'm not persuaded by his denial at all. He did later tell the Office of Professional Responsibility within the DOJ when he was asked during an investigation that he did not say that to the Trump transition team. So later, outside of the public setting, he reportedly did deny Vicky Ward's reporting. But I have questions about that too, because that's the Department of Justice investigating itself. And under this theory that Epstein was compromised and the DOJ knew it, the DOJ would have been the one to tell Alex Acosta to drop it. And then the DOJ would have been sitting down with Alex Acosta saying, did we tell you to drop it or didn't we? So I can see why people have doubts about that later testimony. Again, I don't know what's true, but that's a very weaselly answer he just gave at that presser.
I mean, that's fair to say it's a weaselly answer. It's also fair to say that the original quote was never confirmed by anybody on the record, correct? So,
yes,
I mean, like, at the very best,
correct.
that one it's dicey. I mean, like, I think the best you can say about that particular claim is dicey, both for and against, right? And I see why you can take away either.
That is not dicey. There's nothing dicey about that whatsoever. Someone reports that he said it was intel. You look at it, you go, this deal makes no sense. Why would you give Epstein this sweetheart deal in the first place? You have this guy dead to rights, has been, engaged in sexual activity with minors. You have a dozen victims or however many hundreds of victims come out and have made this claim. You supposedly have video of the of the crime. And you're like, well, we got to take a plea deal. What? Why? Get out of here with this shit.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason.
Yes.
Yeah, you're getting bribed. He's a intelligence asset. He's an alien from another planet threatening to destroy Earth, right?
Maybe. Listen, if it turns out that Epstein was an alien and Donald Trump is covering it up to protect the Earth from destruction, then I'll salute Donald Trump.
Oh, okay.
All the haters, Tim Dillon and all those people, they all turned out to be correct. It was aliens the whole time.
Right.
Thank you, Donald Trump, for your
But
service.
look, there's got to be a reason, right? That you just don't do this. Oh, because I'm feeling friendly today.
Yeah, exactly.
Conclusion.
There's
yes?
also,
I mean, is that fair?
Yes. But I mean, look, there's also the matter, like I said, of the money. And there's also the question
the
of...
money's super suspicious, but I think that's really more about Leon Black signing him a check for like $160 million for unspecified financial services, right? And then Leon
everybody
Black
wants to know
claimed
why.
that he had... Right, exactly.
But then, let me just make this other point, then I'll give you the floor. Then I'll give you the floor. There's this former Israeli intel guy named Ari Ben Menashe.
Well, he claims he is. The Israelis say he's not, correct?
Well, that was litigated. And actually, if you look up this guy's Wikipedia, it's actually quite interesting.
It's wild.
But
he's a wild character.
It appears he was. It appears he was. And there was this whole long trial in which they tried to disown him, and it failed. They failed. So I think he is former in Israeli intel. And this guy has come out to say Epstein was a Mossad agent and that this Ari Ben Menashe, was the agent who handled him. Others, including Danny Yatom, who ran the Mossad for 3 years, say that's not true. And this morning we had Naftali Bennett come out publicly as a former Israeli prime minister saying, I was with the Mossad. And I mean, the Mossad reported directly to me. And I say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Epstein worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false.
If he's a Mossad agent, is he sworn to kill himself if he's ever captured or outed?
I mean, maybe.
I mean, that's some tenant level shit, but
right.
Like, in order to hide the operation.
I don't buy for a second. Like, I think it's possible that Epstein, if he was doing all the blackmail shit, that he was doing it and giving that information to Israel and giving that information to the United States government.
But as like an independent contractor, not.
But as an independent contractor.
Right, yeah.
Because, when I was reading through a lot of the files about his first case against him in Florida, but this guy was a coomer. Like, his brain was broken by coom. He just was obsessed with fucking getting off 24/7. A person like that, I do not think could be some trained secret agent. The brain could not function to be a secret agent to that capacity.
I mean, 007, he cooms a lot. Why not?
No, he's a guy that gets business done and then he gets a hot lady on the side. Jeffrey Epstein is a guy who's so horny, he has to tell teenage girls at a high school to bring their friends over to start a pyramid sex scheme because he needs to get off so fucking much.
Like, what are you reading? We should read some of this stuff on our show because this sounds pretty salacious.
That's what the first case was. The first case was he would go to a local high school nearby his mansion in Palm Beach or wherever the fuck it was in Florida, and he would say he would pick up a fucking high school girl, and he would get them to give it. He'd say, "I'll pay you to give me a massage." Okay. And then he would, after a couple of paying them to give him a massage, he would try to get them to start doing sexual stuff. And he'd keep escalate it. And then when the ones that would stick around and give him sexual massages, he'd say, "Hey, you go tell your 15, 16-year-old friends at high school that if any of them need money, I'm here. Go bring your friends here." And they would he would get girls to groom other girls, and he would give them money for introducing them. And he started a fucking sex pyramid of high school girls.
So this makes sense why the John Does are really Jane Does, and why they're not releasing this stuff, because it's high school girls incriminating. They're in the criminal conspiracy, and you can't really go after them because they're victims and perpetrators.
Which is and that's a great point too. And that was part of the issue of the original trial, was that yes,
but they should just come out with that. They should say, look, this is a victim perpetrator. Perpetrator. Then everyone immediately gets it. This isn't fucking Chuck Schumer, okay? This is a Jane Doe who talked her friend into becoming a victim the same way she was victimized.
Yes. The problem with them doing that is that explains maybe the first case in Florida. That doesn't explain if he's trafficking girls to his island or any of the other things that he was accused of doing by some of the other victims. Those people were groomed by adults who were perpetrators.
Right. Well, look, they should obviously incarcerate those people as well. They shouldn't cover up for this, but they need to release all of this information. They should out the people who were adults, who were involved in something they know they shouldn't have been involved with, and also just come out with a list of the perpetrator victims. And I mean, that would go a long way towards letting people know what's going on.
Yep.
And it would, it would completely launder so many of these people's reputations who are involved in this. Right. I wonder, it would be interesting if Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are behind the scenes pitching Donald Trump on this plan, the plan that I just articulated. And Donald Trump is like, no, we can't do anything.
Yeah.
Because they have to do something. Oh my God.
They have to do something.
This is not going to go away.
Well, I actually followed up with Bennett to ask for more clarification on that. And what he actually told me is that Mossad has not run an operative against
And you should get some of those transcripts so we can read them on stream, because it sounds pretty...
I don't want to read those.
You'll be interested in that.
That's horrible.
Look, you can get me cringing out of my chairs. It sounds horrible, but kind of like a train wreck. You can't look away.
The United States, or in the United States, since Jonathan Pollard was convicted in 1987, because Israel really wants to steer clear of pissing off the United States.
So there's some speculation about whether Epstein wasn't an agent, but was like an asset.
So asset is a really weird word in terms of intel, because he was also accused of being an asset for both the Saudis and MI6, right? So there are multiple intelligence agencies for whom he could theoretically have been considered an asset. Asset is not necessarily, by the legal definition, somebody who is working for a foreign government. It could be somebody who is giving information to a foreign government under a wide variety of auspices.
Sitch, what is the ethics of selling blackmail to multiple parties? Because, look, you can really only use the blackmail once, right?
The ethics of it.
It's like, say I gather some blackmail on somebody, but I go shopping it all over the place, right? Everyone hates Ben Shapiro. I'm like, hey, I got this blackmail on Ben Shapiro. But, as soon as one party uses it, the parties that haven't used it are going to be like, I'm shit out of luck. Everyone knows the secret now.
Yeah, but it would make sense because, as I said, I think that Epstein had to be, if he was doing this, he had to be a free agent,
right?
So he'd be shopping it to anyone, and maybe he's shopping
and everyone.
Maybe the U.S. government says, we don't care about this. He goes to Israel. He says, hey, I got blackmail this person. They're like, we don't care about this. Then he goes to England, and they're like, oh, England. They're like, yeah, we actually care about this guy. Thank you, right?
Yeah, they buy it.
So you're shopping at that, because here's the thing too. I'm thinking about,
but you don't stop once the UK buys it, right? You continue. You go to Australia, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we really like this." You sell it to them.
That's true. You could sell it to everybody, because you're right. Yeah,
multiple parties. Now that's where the money came from.
That would make sense. And I'm thinking about this too. So many governments, specifically America and Israel, are so implicated in some nefarious doing here. The fact that Israel hasn't like dug deep into this to try to get the bottom of it just to protect their own reputation, is that some sort of circumstantial evidence of their own guilt or the guilt of the United States that they don't want to drop a dime on? Like, it feels like everyone knows something really bad is here, and that's why nobody wants to investigate it.
Well, if we bought the blackmail, if the CIA bought the blackmail or Mossad bought the blackmail, I mean, that's bad, right? You don't want,
of course,
that looks fucking horrible, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we bought the blackmail instead of going after the guy who criminally assaulted these minors. I mean, that's not good. That's fucking horrible.
It's not good.
So even in the plausible scenario that you can lay out, it's just bad.
There is no good moral plausible scenario here, other than literally there's an alien that's going to destroy the planet.
Right.
If you don't do this, that's the only thing I'll accept at this point.
If that came out, CIA bought a bunch of blackmail from Jeffrey Epstein, people would be saying, disband the CIA, right?
Yes, we should put all those people in jail. Anyone that's involved that knew about this should be in jail. Yes,
right,
100%.
And so, that's a lot bigger. What we do know from, what we do know from the public statements is that he was not working for an American intelligence agency. The Israelis say he wasn't working for them. Now, one of the weird sort of unfalsifiable aspects of this case is that if Mossad says somebody's not working for them, are they or are they not? Right. So usually,
well, same with our intel.
Well, right, exactly. And so this is kind of my problem with this case and why I keep begging for more, same as you, more transparency, more evidence. I tend to believe that the DOJ and FBI are correct in their evidentiary presentation. You tend to not. But I think that we're coming to the same conclusion, which is release everything you got, because I don't think anybody should be afraid of the answers.
I just think there's a way in which they're not covering up for pedophiles. That Jeffrey Epstein was the disgusting dirtbag that was referenced in that settlement agreement I read to you part of. And that the DOJ at the time started sniffing around him and then quickly was pulled off of the Epstein matter. And I believe Acosta might have been told by DOJ, no, stop, don't go there. There's a reason. I mean, by the way, not for nothing, but I did find this interesting in my research. The Palm Beach County state attorney at the time, Barry Krishner.
I mean, this was part of Nixon in the Watergate cover-up. Was Nixon wanted the FBI, I think, I'm trying to remember because it's been a while. The FBI were investigating the people that did the Watergate break-in, and Nixon went to the CIA and he told the CIA to tell the FBI, oh, you can't investigate these guys because they're intelligence assets.
Oh my God, this has a storied history.
And the CIA actually did that. They actually acquiesced to Nixon's request. And for like a couple weeks, the FBI kind of dropped the investigation or kind of slowed it down because of that. And then I forget, there was some additional falling out, or the FBI eventually realized this was bullshit, or they said, fuck you, we're investigating anyway. So it's very possible that someone, for all we know, fucking George W. Bush was covering up some fucking crazy shit that was going on there. I mean, his brother was governor of the state for 8 fucking years. This was the state that Epstein lived in. For all we know, there was some cover up, and they just concocted some bullshit story where they told him, oh, don't look into it. It's intelligence, don't do it.
FBI and CIA should be able to collaborate, but they should also be able to keep each other honest. There should be some level of competition between the two agencies.
I mean, I would hope from the days of Nixon that the agencies have learned some way around that kind of bullshit scenario where someone gets one of them to just lie to the other one. But I'm not going to hold my breath on that.
Yeah.
Commissioner wrote the assistant U.S. attorney at the time when it settled about the proposed agreement. Glad we could get this worked out for reasons I won't put in writing. After this is resolved, I would love to buy you a cup at Starbucks and have a conversation. There's so much.
Why would you put that in writing? What the fuck?
It's the ego. None of these people were worried about getting caught.
That's fucking insane.
None of them. Which makes it even more suspicious.
Thanks for helping me out, with the thing that I'm not going to write down here because obviously we'd both go to jail if I did.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Laughing emoji.
Smoke around it. And I think there could be a piece in what Tucker said that's true, that they didn't investigate it as hard as they wanted to or could have. So they got pulled off of it. And from that point forward, they never got all the evidence that we would like to see. Anyway, my mind is wide open. Ben Shapiro, I love debating the facts with you. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Megyn.
All right, we continue with Michael Schellenberger right after.
Stop trying to pause it when I'm pausing it.
I know.
Is Schellenberger, what's he shelling?
Oh, I didn't watch it, so I don't know.
Michael Schellenberger.
I'm trying to remember. He said something that on X like last month that made me lose all faith in anything he ever says. And I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
But I remember seeing it and I was like, what the fuck is this? This is crazy.
He's great too. So many of these people, I guess maybe they get caught up in the social media bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And they just lose it.
Look at this. Is this the actual Kevin Spacey? It is. Kevin Spacey posted on X. I looked at Michael Schellenberg's timeline. He retweeted this. Kevin Spacey said, "Release the Epstein files, all of them. For those of us with nothing to fear, the truth can't come soon enough. I hate to make this about me, but the media already has." Even Kevin Spacey saying,
was Kevin Spacey on the flight or something?
I don't know how his I know he had accusations against him. I don't know what the Epstein accusations are, but
yeah, I guess a lot of people are probably going to be like, "It cleared my name," instead of these baseless accusations, right?
It is hilarious to watch Benny Johnson try to walk this bizarre line where he has to like simp for the Trump administration, but also not like get his fans, not appear so simpy that fans get mad at him, because he has like, he's been tapped to have all these connections with the Trump administration. And if he comes out and says this is bullshit, he's going to lose all his connections.
Interesting. What is this clip? There's a NPR CEO on broadcasters' fight to stay funded. Catherine Marr. She's the one that came out and said, "Oh, we kind of got to change things." Like she did that TED talk that the truth didn't matter, basically, and got in big trouble for it. You remember her?
I do remember that, but I don't remember if that was real or not. If that was fake news.
No way. She did a TED talk. There's a ton of clips. We covered it.
I don't remember. I thought there was something up about it, but
this is a new thing. And we're going to invite Libertarian Sasquatch on, right? He's going to come on for a bit and give us some.
He
wants to talk about Epstein. We're going to do super chats and invite him on. So
okay, yeah, you can send me the link. I want to read. So this is Trump's statement or his True Social post from yesterday. He said, "The radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again. Just like with the fake and fully discredited Steele dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agents and the laptop from hell, which the Democrats swore come from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. And even the Russia scam itself. I swear he's like just copy paste this exact dialogue and uses it like every day. A total fake and made up story. I guess
it's smart.
A total fake and made up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 presidential election. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They're no good at governing, no good at policy, and no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans,
well, that's true. You can't argue with that.
Also, this is not true. Unlike Republicans, the Democrats stick together like glue.
Yeah, that's not true.
The left is known for
that's
fighting insanely. Their new scam in all caps is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters, you like that? My past supporters, you're no longer a supporter, have bought into this bullshit. I don't know why he put bullshit in quotes. That makes it not. Someone needs to explain what air quotes means to Trump, because he doesn't know. He keeps using them incorrectly. Bought into this bullshit hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will, even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years. I've had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history. And all these people want to talk about with strong prodding by the fake news and the success-starved Dems is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking of our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again.
He should use all caps and not air quotes. Because I don't think you should put air quote pedophile ring in your tweet, right?
Yeah, no. You shouldn't.
That's not a good move, right?
No. I should see if this was because I know his first post about was ratioed. I'm curious if this one was too.
I did retweet that because I was just like astounded by this whole hoax thing.
It's crazy.
It is crazy,
and it's not remotely persuasive at all.
Libertarian Sasquatch, if you're listening, can you DM me or send me? Oh, look, I think I found your DMs. Never mind. I think this is you.
I think they changed. So you used to be able to look at Donald Trump's timeline on True Social without having an account. And I think they changed that because now I can't.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Because it's like, it's much harder to find his post now. I have to like get a direct link to the post to see. So interesting that they would change that.
There we go. He responded, so he must be
okay
lurking around the chat.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just super strange. So I'm fascinated by this whole story because part of me wants to see if Trump really can do this mind magic hypnotism trick on MAGA. I don't think it's possible, but
I don't either.
It does add some credibility to the accusation that MAGA is just a bunch of mindless drones.
Well, some are not. I've seen both. I've seen pushback and people just sucking it up.
Right. The accusation is that all of MAGA is just mindless drones. So as long as we're seeing pushback, that accusation is complete bullshit. But we could get to the point where the people push. Right now, it's a war between the people pushing back and the people who are like, just let it go.
Right.
As soon as Benny Johnson starts calling it the Epstein hoax, oh God.
Lord Stog for $50 says, is it weird that we haven't had a Snowden in the situation for the past 18 years? Not sure what to make of that. For all his flaws, he apparently felt a moral imperative to reveal unconstitutional action. Why is there no one like this in this case? I think the reason for that is I think most of the people involved that know things are also implicated to some capacity.
And also, when Snowden did what he did, he didn't really know what the ramifications would be. Now people do know. And if you look at the ramifications for Snowden, I mean, you don't look at that and go, oh my God, I'm going to have to move to fucking Russia and become an expat.
Right.
I'm going to have to be protected by Moscow. Who wants to do that? Right. They completely shit all over Snowden. That's a great reason to pardon Edward Snowden and fucking apologize for being such cucks towards him, because you are making it far more difficult for anyone who's in Snowden's position to come out. And from my understanding, I think Snowden was very careful with disseminating the information so that he wasn't hurting people. Like, a lot of the accusations made of Snowden turned out to be completely untrue. So we should encourage more whistleblowers, right?
Right. Well, also, didn't Snowden not fully know like what he was even giving up anyway? No, I thought he just gave up like everything. He had like some huge document he gave to Glenn Greenwald, and he's like, "You figure out what."
But he had watched Glenn Greenwald and felt Glenn Greenwald was trustworthy enough that Glenn Greenwald agreed not to to go through the information carefully and not to disseminate anything that would harm anyone or hurt anyone.
Right.
That was an agreement for him getting this giant scoop.
Right.
I mean, if he gave it to us and we went through it, we would be careful not to hurt anyone, right? We would think it through.
Who we hurting?
Well, we don't want soldiers to die in the field.
No,
obviously,
no,
right?
Obviously.
If you're dropping personal information of some asset, some foreign asset overseas that's doing intelligence work for us, that they're could be killed at any moment if they're discovered. I mean, that's some scary shit. I agree. You would lose sleep at night knowing you've done that. If you got a person killed, their family calls you up.
Would be bad.
Oh my God, Sitch, you'd never. Oh God, you'd forever be demoralized by that.
I agree with Vanessa in the chat. She says Snowden gave us Greenwald. That should be punishment. I agree. Should be punishment for that.
Mm-hmm.
I still can't believe what the fuck YouTube still has the terrible usernames. Like they totally mind fucked us. They're like, oh, we had this horrible change.
They
Everyone
cucked you for
hates.
one stream. They tricked you into believing that you were going to have, everything was going to go back to normal, but it turns out.
No, they lied to us. Mm-hmm. It's so disgusting.
I guess it's not really cucking. What is
I think that whoever came up with this change should be beaten with a sack of potatoes until they change it back or die. That's my hot take. I hate this change so much. This is a problem. People in large organizations, they change something. Everyone hates it. They can't acknowledge a mistake because then they'll, lose reputation of the company. So they force it through for their own personal sake.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Life sucks. I just always blame it on Sitch's router. That's my go-to.
My router's not changing everyone's YouTube name.
Whatever happens, Sitch's router is to blame.
Okay.
It's Sitch's internet. That's what's changing all the names.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says Ben Shapiro whistleblowers should out themselves, and I talked to Mossad and they said Israel would never do anything bad. Case closed. Yes.
Oh yeah.
About the size of it. Bruins for $5 Canadian says, while it's true Sitch is in the Epstein files, he was just the lead alligator wrangler on the island, and all those gators were of legal age.
Is this true, Sitch?
This is not true. Because if I was the lead alligator wrangler on the island, I would have trained them to bite Epstein's dick off and any perpetrator of those crimes' dick off very cleanly.
Even if this was completely true, Lance would have a field day with you being on Epstein's island. He would just go bananas, incriminating you.
What do you mean? That'd be insane if there was some YouTuber who was like happened to be like working for Epstein.
Even if you came out and said, look, I've been training alligators for years to bite off Epstein's dick.
Oh,
and
but see,
the plan was just coming together.
It would sound bullshit. It's kind of like Steve Bannon saying like, oh, I was really trying to be Epstein's friend so that I could expose him. It's like, sure you were, buddy. Sure.
Yeah.
No one believes that. There was
still be incriminated.
I think to my knowledge, the only YouTuber who was paid by Epstein, it was fucking JF, the Canadian white nationalist who maybe killed his wife. So that's an interesting connection.
Magin's super chat is hilarious.
Majin for 27 months says, you guys are going on about the Epstein list. Don't you know there's peace happening? I'm open to what Trump is hiding. Suggestions, by the way. Need to draw. Yeah, exactly.
Don't you know everything is perfect?
Yeah.
That's just so dumb. Of course, people are drawn to the controversy. You're drawing them to the controversy harder by saying, yeah, look, everything's great right now.
I think if Trump is able to make some magical deal that brings peace between Russia and Ukraine, but they still haven't, all the Epstein stuff is still going on. I think he should go on stage. They're going to hand him a Nobel Prize. They're right before they hand it to him, they yank it away. And then a big banner comes down with Epstein's face on it. It's like, no, bitch, not till you release the files.
Oh, that's hilarious. The big Epstein banner drops with him smiling.
It says release the files. Yeah, in giant letters. Then you get your Nobel Prize.
Psych.
Psych. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2. It says a hoax with real victims. Misterms are cooked. Yes.
I think it's midterms. That's what he's meaning to
midterms.
say. Yeah.
Oh, ironic.
Which I agree.
Yes.
The
how's
midterms
that?
I do think are going to be, they're going to make a lot of hay about this Epstein stuff.
When Trump keeps saying it's a hoax, what part of it is a hoax? There were people that were victimized. Is he saying the entire thing is a hoax? That there were no victims? What is the hoax element of it exactly?
That is the most baffling part. It's the most baffling part. He's just setting up for if anything is released about him, he can say, that's the hoax part right there. I told you it was a hoax. I've been telling you it was a hoax for years.
Like, why has the reporters need to ask that question? What part of it is a hoax? When you say that, what does that mean?
They probably planned some Miss Teen beauty pageant at one of these high schools that Epstein was frequenting.
God. You're probably right.
And Trump was like in with both feet. And it's all going to come to light, and Trump is going to be like, that never happened. That's a Democrat hoax.
That's the hoax I was telling you about.
I told you it was a hoax.
Yes. Gypsy Harlow, thanks so much for $10. Says, I'm having a hard time not contracting the America bad brain rot when both wings are attached to the same Como bird. I don't know what that means. In our government, maybe not bad, but it has cancer for sure. I mean, definitely around this stuff. Until we get to the bottom of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says the evil Democrats made the file and did nothing with it. ? Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever.
It's okay. Look, America does bad things from time to time. So,
right.
I mean, I don't think it's bad to point it out when they do.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you get pigeonholed into being the super patriot, America can do no wrong type stuff.
Right.
So, I don't think it's America bad to point out this is pretty fucked up.
Of course.
But anyway, that's more Gypsy Harlow super chat.
Como is prison slang for pedo. Oh, I've never heard that before.
Oh, interesting.
Como?
It made it past the censors.
Never heard that. Commander Caleb, thanks so much for $20. Says thoughts on Trump turning against the files in order to use them, sell some mafia, fire insurance, powerful people. Quote, be a shame if people saw your name on there. I'm way behind if this has come up. I think this is Trump's problem. With any other president, I think people could forward all sorts of possible explanations that even if we don't know, I'd say, okay, maybe there's some logic to that like I would believe a president would act in such a way. With Trump, I do not believe any possible other explanation. Because as I've said, and as both me and Adam said, this is exactly what Trump is looking for. He's looking for his name to forever be remembered as the guy that fixed the country and destroyed the deep state. This is that moment. You do not turn that down for any of these alternative ideas that people have been proposing.
Yeah, this is evidence of real government corruption.
Yes.
So if there was some greater good argument to be made here, I think a good way to think about it would be, what would Barack Obama say, right? Barack Obama he would come out and clearly articulate the reasons why we can't really spill the beans on this, right? And make it sound good and fluffy and flowery and all that good stuff, right?
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey. You have your name on screen. I don't know if you want us to call you that or you want us to not call you that.
Oh, no, just don't do that.
Okay. We will not bring
well,
that
you're
up.
not. I don't have your avatar or the Zoom in the Zoom call is completely private right now.
Yeah, it's not in the video or anything.
Oh, well, I can be a man of shadow.
You've not been doxxed or anything like that.
Right.
A man of great shadow.
If you want to change it to whatever it is, if you want to change it to your name to Libertarian Sasquatch, I'll go ahead and bring
you're not going to come on camera, right? So, or are you?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, you just throw up a name there, Adam. You don't need to throw up the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
anyway,
there's a 90% chance I will misspell it.
That's okay.
Anyway. Yes. So
Hello, this is Libertarian Sasquatch, long time fan viewer, apparently an Epstein expert. How are you doing?
Yes.
I'm doing great. Well, first I wanted to say it's crazy to me, the people in chat that are like, oh no, there's nothing to see here, really. It's mind-blowing to me.
Is there a lot of that? Because look, we don't have our eyes fully on chat all the time. We're trying to say entertaining things and have a conversation. So, but what is going on in chat? Can you summarize it for us?
Well, there's just a lot of like, well, if you guys have the evidence, just show us, as if we have, the FBI, unredacted FBI files at our disposal. It's just something like you can't really prove if you don't have the documents. So just being like, we'll prove it. It's just kind of like, well, okay.
Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. So.
Yeah. And well, it just depends on how schizo you guys want to get with the Epstein stuff. But you guys were talking about Kevin Spacey, and there's that crazy video he made on YouTube where he was in character, quote unquote, and he's holding a mug that's a commemorative mug from Queen Elizabeth's Jubilee. And it has a quote, like something to the effect of, "I will always strive to have your trust." And so people point out to that, like, well, what is it? He's just holding a Queen Elizabeth commemorative mug saying, and Andrew's a huge part of the quote unquote files, if you will.
Prince Andrew.
So people think that mug is a somehow a nod to Epstein.
Yeah, like a dog whistle to like, hey, I know some stuff. So
I don't know. That seems a little
yeah, but well, I just bring it up because you were talking about Spacey.
Right.
And I'm not like a big.
I thought you were going to say that was Epstein's jizz mug or something.
Oh, it could be.
He's holding Epstein's jizz mug in his video.
Yeah, we need the tapes.
So, is there some part of this story that we're not talking about, or other people are not talking about, that you think is important relating to Epstein?
Yes, I think you've hit on it with like the 2008 trial, where there is just so much information in there that, we just don't really have answers for. Like, his plane was completely wired with cameras and listening devices, and his house was, and I don't think people realize too, he had a house in France. He had the largest home in Manhattan. He had a ranch in New Mexico, and there's accusers at all of those locations. Like, it's not just Florida.
Right. So how is he getting people in those houses? Because he wasn't presumably doing the same thing.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's just, I think my problem with the FBI's is just, there's no answers. It's just, trust us, there's nothing to see here.
Right.
And
which is impossible. How is he recording everything? There's all these accusers and no one has any information. We keep saying, well, there's no evidence. How is that even fucking possible?
Well, and there's that weird there's a weird article when he was raided. It was just a arrest warrant, but then they had FBI testimony saying they couldn't take any of the CDs or USB drives with names on them. Like, what are those?
Right.
And then when they got the search warrant 4 days later, the FBI agent testified that the contents of the safe were gone.
Oh my God.
And supposedly his lawyer had the contents of the safe, but then his lawyer testified that, well, I don't really know if this was what's in the safe or not. And there's no real explanation for that. And also, the day of his arrest, his head butler was seen on the island with guys taking out camera equipment. And this is from a reporter. I forgot her name, but she talked to, because apparently they had a couple that lived on the island full time for like maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
And they said they saw the head butler with guys taking out equipment and a safe and loading it up before the FBI got there. And there's just no real explanation for that.
Right. This is either the, like, especially back in when this happened in 2000s, either the FBI was so incredibly corrupt that they let all this happen, or they're the most incompetent retards on the planet. And they're just trying to cover up the fact that they handled this so horrifically stupidly.
Well, I think it's just, there's kind of all sorts of names, Democrats, Republicans, just business people. I just think there's so much there that they just don't even want to touch it.
Mm-hmm.
And, at the bare minimum, there's got to be financial crimes. Like, where did he get his money? Why did Les Wexner give him power of attorney?
Right.
Why did Les Wexner give him L brands, control of Victoria's Secret? Why? And we know Leon Black, who is on the board of Blackwater. He gave him $100 million to his charity. And there's no explanation for that. And, another crazy thing is his plane shared the tail number of a Blackwater plane. And why? Who knows? It's anyone's guess. There's other crazy stuff like, what was his name? Chris Burns, the director of the CIA, met with Epstein like 14 times after his conviction. And when he was asked about this, he said, "Oh, I just wanted some retirement advice." Like he couldn't meet with any stock trader. It had to be Epstein.
Well, he wasn't retiring. The advice wasn't about money. Okay.
Right.
He's trying to get back in the game. He's like, how do I, as an old man, get a harem of high school girls?
And, it's just like Ehud Barak. He visited him a bunch of times after he's a convicted pedophile. Mm-hmm. Like, why? And I think that's my big problem with this is there's just a million questions and zero attempt to answer any of them.
Yeah. No, that's exactly how I feel, is why I think the whole thing with Trump and the administration is so suspicious, is that there seemed to be no attempt whatsoever to look into any of this stuff at all. They just seem to look at some very cursory files at the best. At the best, they looked at some cursory files and just said, oh, we looked at the cover sheet of what the FBI said, 6 years ago, and they said case closed. So, okay, case closed. And at the worst, they're just intentionally covering this up.
And, oh gosh, I'm blanking on the guy's name. You were just talking about him. He ran the modeling agency that killed himself.
Yes. Jean LeBlanc or whatever.
Yes. And, we know that Epstein was heavily involved with him, and there's like on the record conversations of them like sharing women. So how is he not a co-conspirator?
Mm-hmm.
I think my problem is there's just a million little things and just no appetite to answer any of them.
Well, the plane number thing seems to be untrue. I asked Grok about it. There is There is no substantial evidence that Jeffrey Epstein's plane shared a tail number with a Blackwater plane. The tail number that they mention in the X post where this originates is this one tail number, and they list Jeffrey Epstein's the tail numbers for all of his planes, which are completely different.
Okay, so, well, hey, I'm wrong about that.
There you go. The one little I debunked.
But
one
do you
little
trust
thing.
Robo Hitler?
Well, I mean, I would look into these specific claims.
Yeah, no, and I'm not married to any of this, so if I'm wrong on that.
I mean, I was curious about the tail number because obviously those are public information, but this is a problem. People come out and make these accusations on X because they know it's going to get a bunch of likes and interest and whatnot. But it's complete bullshit. I see shit like now it's like making fake videos that are going to go viral is a huge thing. So,
well, yeah, I mean, AI, you're just not going to be able to believe anything in like 5 years, 3 years.
Well, it's easier to do I guess it's easier to do AI than staged videos once they get to that level. But
I personally think kind of like the client list is kind of like a red herring.
Mm-hmm.
Like, of course, he's not going to keep a list like allegedly Bill Clinton slept with whoever. It's just.
If there's a blackmail operation, though, there's some list of blackmail material, right?
Well, but would
there be like a centralized list of blackmail, or would there just be like individual blackmail that exists that you have to go find?
I mean, I always keep the blackmail that I have on people in a big spreadsheet. So.
Oh, you have an Excel document. It has everyone's names and like links to the files. And
of course.
Right.
Look, I don't know how you run your blackmail operation, but mine is
not as efficiently
ship
as you,
shape.
Apparently. Yeah.
And there's some really interesting things with Ghislaine Maxwell. Like her father was a media baron in, the UK, and he was given a state funeral in Israel with like the head of Mossad and the prime minister at the time were in attendance. And there were quotes saying like, the world will never know how much he did for Israel. Like, so that's where like the Mossad stuff comes in. And, the Mossad stuff is such a touchy subject, especially like nowadays, because you're accused of anti-Semitism anytime you bring it up. But it's like, no, there is a lot of there. And, it was interesting. I watched a clip of a woman talking on Breaking Points about how they were talking about the Mossad stuff, and they're like, the right is using this to spread anti-Semitism. And it's very telling that Crystal Ball doesn't do any pushback. She kind of just stays quiet on the Israel topic, where the guest is like, oh, it's all the right. And she's just kind of like, huh, yeah. Yeah,
she's like, yes, it's all the right that's doing that. I have no culpability in that whatsoever.
Very telling that, like,
exactly.
Holy cow.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my thing is, I think people should do a lot more research. Like, if you're not inclined to believe it, I think you should really start with his case in Florida, because, there's the Miami Herald did a ton of fantastic reporting.
Right.
Tons. And, there was a thing where, this kind of started with a school counselor who was finding girls at the high school with tons of money. And, Epstein had report cards in his house of some of these girls. And, when the police started investigating this, they had a hard time getting the DA to sign off on this, so much so that the chief of police had to be like, I think we need to get the FBI involved because the DA won't return our calls on this case. And then once the FBI got involved, I forgot the operations name because all of this has been so long. But once they got involved, that's when Alex Acosta got involved, and that's when it got shut down. And part of his plea deal was there was no further investigation by the FBI. So, like, where are all those files? Where are all... I just think this story is kind of decades long. And, part of his flight risk was I believe it was a Saudi passport he had with a fake name and address. And his defense attorney said, oh, it's because Epstein's Jewish. He didn't feel comfortable traveling in the Middle East, like, under his own name. That's why he had a Saudi passport.
Would they have a different name on it?
Yeah, it wasn't his name.
Oh, so if I don't feel comfortable, I can just get a fake name on my passport from another country?
Yeah, you can just get a Saudi passport.
Yeah, oh, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know they offered that service.
And what's interesting, too, is, Epstein bragged about having well-known clients in the Middle East, and one of his most well-known clients was Adnan Khashoggi. And if you don't know about him, he was a huge figure in the Iran-Contra scandal. And, this is, like, documented that, he was one of his clients. And if you know Adnan Khashoggi, he was a huge alleged gun runner for the CIA. And what was Epstein doing for him? Like, what kind of, there's just a million. I think the thing interesting with the Epstein case is every thread you pull, there's like 10 more threads. And sorry, go ahead.
Well, I saw a headline. This is true. This is crazy. I saw a headline. Nancy Pelosi is telling people that they should move on from the Epstein story, and that's a distraction. That is like the most suspect shit ever. What the fuck?
Well,
Nancy
about
Pelosi is going to be involved in this, and she'd be like, "Oh no, we shouldn't look at this." What the fuck?
Well, you know about Nancy Pelosi's daughter's tweet about Epstein, right? That
I don't.
When he got arrested, her daughter tweeted out, "I think some of our faves will be implicated in this."
Oh no!
I swear to God, that's a real tweet.
What?
That is a real tweet.
Oh, that's gruesome.
Some of our faves will be implicated. And feel free to fact check me on any of this, but I'm sorry, it just doesn't pass the sniff test at all.
No, not even remotely. So Christine Pelosi said in 2019, I guess when he was arrested, said, "This Epstein case is horrific and the young woman deserved justice. It is quite likely that some of our faves are implicated, but we must follow the facts and let the chips fall where they may, whether on Republicans or Democrats." So at least she did add that at the end there. But
but who are her faves?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why would you say that? And just the fact that Nancy is like, this makes no sense. I 100% now am on board that Nancy is a corrupt, all the corrupt demon that everyone on the right has been saying that she is for years. Because how does this make any sense? You have the president who is in the other political party who you want to do as much damage to politically as possible, has all this heat on him about Epstein. And then Nancy Pelosi's like, this is a distraction. Let's not talk about this. Like, what?
Yeah, you're not taking advantage of it to punch him in the face.
Here. This is insane.
Well, I think it's safe to say that Epstein brought bipartisanship back to DC. And
maybe back to America. Oh yeah. Maybe to America.
It's just the small breeds, guys.
Yes.
Just forget about it.
This is crazy.
And that's the thing about the Epstein case is like, you kind of beat your head against the wall because you see a tweet like that and you're like, well, what the hell does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
And who are her faves? I'm going to guess the Clintons allegedly. I don't want to have an unmarked grave, so yeah. Allegedly.
It's okay.
The
We
Clintons
won't
is the
send them
aim of most of this stuff, and that tweet is probably hugely influential in targeting the Clintons.
Right. It's just, I don't know. It's just, if you just don't buy it, I just suggest you read Vanity Fair articles. And, you know, there's a classic Trump quote in Vanity Fair where, you know, he likes Epstein and they share a taste for hot girls, but Epstein on the younger side. So, but he doesn't know anything, you know. It's just, I just find it hard to believe that this guy was just a pretty brazen pedophile and everyone just wanted to hang out with him knowing that he was convicted. And it's just, I don't know, if my friend was a convicted pedophile, I'm not like really dying to go to his parties all the time.
But he had really nice food and hot women there.
And that's the problem, is just, it was so out in the open.
And blackmail material on you.
And blackmail material on you.
Yeah, it's just like his pedophilia was so out in the open, like, you know, there's so many quotes from, you know, like his security guard or his personal bodyguard. There was a crazy quote about, you know, I think it was New York Times was interviewing him, and he goes, "Seriously, man, you don't know what you're like getting into. I would just shut up about it." And there's just so many like quotes like that from people that work from him. And a constant theme with people that work from him is they're afraid they're going to disappear. Like,
where are you compiling this information from? Are you watching podcasts on this? Are you searching articles on the internet? Are you on Reddit?
Well, you know, Vanity Fair did a ton of amazing work for a while, and then they lost interest. The Miami Herald.
Did they do multiple articles?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Vanity Fair was digging in.
Really. But also there's obviously podcasts and all sorts of forums, and, you know, there's a million resources for the Epstein stuff. And it's kind of just, and that's, you know, so much of this has been widely, you know, covered, and like, we have a lot of the court documents too.
Have you read any of the court documents?
Yeah, I've read quite a few.
All right, interesting.
You know, but it's kind of hard because a lot of it is redacted.
Oh,
like
wow.
Names and dates, and, you know, and, you know, you can read a lot of whatever you might think about Virginia Roberts. You know, her, you know, and there's been quite a few civil cases about girls meeting these people through Epstein or saying they had to sleep with them, and Epstein pressured him. One of the court documents, and it's been so many years that it's hard to keep track, but one of the court documents was one of the girls was told to sleep with these men and then write down what they like to do sexually and give it back to Epstein. So, you know, it might not even be that nefarious, but it could be embarrassing, you know, if you're running for public office and you're getting pegged or whatever, you know.
Well, I know with because I remember I read the Miami Herald's expose on the first case was like really in depth, because I used a lot of that for that Epstein video I ended up never making, but I wrote the script for. And a part of that, which was pretty crazy, was a lot of the girls that testified against Epstein were talking about how they were being threatened by people that work for Epstein, how they were being followed by Epstein. They were accusing Alan Dershowitz of hiring people to like go after them and everything. So, and I'm trying to remember, because Alan Dershowitz gave some excuse for that, and it was very like vague.
He got a massage, but he kept his underwear on.
Right. But I mean, like, some excuse for like tailing the victims and going after them, and he was like, "Oh, well, we're just asking them information about the case." Like he made it sound like it was completely like fine what they were doing when it was very clear that they were harassing the people that were trying to testify against Epstein and threatening them. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if people that work for Epstein have similar situation.
Well, is it illegal to run someone off the road, Stitch? Like, come on, dude.
It is not. It is not.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I just think people really should, if you're curious at all, just don't take my word for it. Just go type things up, and there's just like a million things on the record that and I think my problem with the FBI is the FBI shouldn't be given the benefit of the doubt. Like, they're a governmental intelligence body. They should give you proof, not just, hey, trust me, bro. Mm-hmm. Like the question, hey, where do you get all this money?
Yep.
Like, what does it mean that, why was Ehud Barak hanging out? I guess the line we should believe is that he's just a super charismatic guy that was just a pedophile on the side and everyone liked to give him money.
Well, they should definitely do some accounting on his accounts, some forensic accounting, and figure out where the money was coming from.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I think at a bare minimum, there's financial crimes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and during his time, Bear Stearns, he worked at Bear. Well, he was hired at the Dalton School, which is a private school in Manhattan. And he was hired by Donald Barr, Bill Barr's dad. And he didn't even have a college degree, and he's teaching math and physics at one of the nicest private schools and that's where he met Stephen Hoffenberg, who worked at Bear Stearns. And Stephen Hoffenberg got wrapped up in this Ponzi scheme, and Jeffrey Epstein was a state witness against Stephen Hoffenberg, and he went to jail for 18 years. And Hoffenberg said, well, Epstein was the mastermind of this Ponzi scheme. And the SEC cleared him of any wrongdoing, and he got to keep his bonus.
Jesus. That's crazy.
So there's a million things
right.
Another interesting thing is Donald Barr, he wrote this book. You're going to have to look up the name, but the book is about how rich and powerful aliens like to have sex with kids because they're bored. I'm not making that up.
Okay.
But I mean, and that could be total coincidence, obviously, but it's just, that's what's weird about the Epstein story is there are a million coincidences.
They're saying it's like, did you remember in Invincible, Adam? Did you ever watch the new season of Invincible?
I didn't know. Virginia
Space Relations was the name of the book.
Yeah, Space Relations, a slightly gothic
Virginia Giffrey committed suicide on April 25th, 2025. She's the most prominent Epstein accuser.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bad RNG, man.
I did know that, yeah.
Died at age 41.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bad luck.
Donald Barr wrote this book, Space Relations, a slightly gothic interplanetary tale. In the future, humans have formed an intergalactic empire ruled by aristocrats. And yes, they all have the practice of kidnapping humans to become illegal playthings of the galaxy's super rich. Well, that's a very weird thing that he wrote that book, but okay.
Who wrote that book? Jeffrey Epstein?
Bill Barr's father.
Bill Barr's father wrote
who was an employer of Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, where'd he get
and
that
was
idea?
OSS in World War II as well.
Yeah.
They say write what you know, right? Just think, April 25th, she commits suicide before any of this starts happening.
I know.
And
like,
she
would be
said,
making hay like crazy with the news cycle right now.
Yep.
Well, and she said before she committed suicide, she was ran off the road. I mean, could be completely
Oh, okay. So
coincidental,
she might not have committed suicide. I don't know how she died.
Well, I believe she like overdose. I believe
And
but
look, and nobody's ever overdosed by someone else's hand, right?
right.
I mean, that's like a
You know,
key way to fake a suicide.
yeah. Like I said, I've just been interested in the story for years. I've always liked like True Detective or Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and I remember first finding this story and like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And then just kind of every little snippet, you're like, well, this is getting weirder and weirder and weirder. You know, it's it's just fascinating to me. And like I said, he's involved in a Ponzi scheme, but you know, he was cleared of any wrongdoing, got to keep his bonus, and then he started his own hedge fund after that. He left Bear Stearns, and you know, he never patented any algorithms. There's no real published like deals he's made. It's just all very vague. It's bizarre. The whole thing from when he was hired to when he died is just, and I'm personally not interested in if he killed himself or not, because it kind of really doesn't matter. The rest of the story is there, you know, and I think people get so hung up on, and Sitch said it best, is if you look at the crime scene photos, he has like 10,000 blankets in his, you know, it's like, where do you get all those? Like,
Why
I don't
would they
think
give him so much? Yes, exactly.
And he had that phone call.
Oh my God. Okay. You got to stop saying the run off the road thing. Okay. She was hit by a school bus. Okay.
Okay. Well, my bad.
Can you imagine? Yeah, let's put a hit out on her. Let's get an entire school bus and fucking
I mean,
and
that's
smash
a perfect
into her
conspiracy.
car.
You never suspect it, right?
Yeah.
Though it is weird because I was looking at that
Oh
story
my
about the school bus. So after she said they said, well, what's 110 kilometers in
I don't know.
English? Let's see, but that
Yeah.
would be 60
70
miles. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, 68, 70 miles per hour. She's claiming that she got hit by a school bus going 68, 70 miles per hour. And then after the accident, they called the police. And getting hit by this bus apparently caused her to have renal failure and lead to some sort of like serious medical condition where they all thought she was going to die anyway, even if she didn't commit suicide. And this accident was that severe. And yet when they called the police said that they didn't have anyone to send out whatsoever.
That's really? She must live
crashed
in the fucking boonies then.
with a school bus.
A school bus full of 29 children.
And they're like, we don't have anyone to send out there. That's what the fuck's going on? That's
Yeah.
bizarre.
Libertarian Sasquatch, when you say run off the road, it makes it sound like a lone person was like trying to do her in. A school bus full of 29 children. It doesn't seem like there's anything nefarious going on there.
Well, you know, hey, I'm a citizen journalist. I get things wrong.
No, you're a comedian.
No, you're a comedian. Come on.
Yeah. Comedy defense. Yeah. They threw kids at her too, and she swerved off the road. That's what I was thinking of.
Not only that, they decided to sacrifice 29 children in this fucking hit. This vehicular manslaughter.
So it says this happened in North Perth, Australia.
Yeah, it's probably the boonies.
What is
They're
the
like,
population?
Our cop has just went home for the day. Can't you guys wrap it up on your own? Supposedly she had something going on with her husband as well. So
right,
maybe she committed suicide because this accident put her in bad health.
I mean,
she could have held out till now. She'd be living the high life.
I know. Well, anyway. We should get the super chats, but thank you, Libertarian Sasquatch.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Yeah,
on.
anytime. Thanks for coming. Thanks for letting me on.
Yeah,
of course.
All right. See ya.
Take
care, man.
Yeah, it says. Well, no, it says the county that she lived in had a small population, but it wasn't in the sticks. It was in like a large city in Australia, but I don't know how their policing works exactly. So it does seem strange, but okay.
But is it Mossad strange?
It could be. It could.
Oh,
be.
Really?
It could be.
Think Mossad's on the horn?
Well, you know what?
We hired that school bus.
Well, according to the article, after she got hit by the bus driver, the bus driver left the scene of the crime, saying that they had to drop the kids off, and then later came back and filed a police report. So maybe there was an empty school bus, Adam. Did you ever consider that? It could have been an empty school bus. There could have been dummies propped up in there for all you know.
Oh, you're saying that the 29 children were just mannequins?
Yes. Obviously.
Well, that would be a good cover. That'd be a damn good cover.
Exactly.
Everyone would be like, "Oh, this can't be a hit. There's a bunch of kids in there." But really, all those kids were dropped off ahead of time. And then the bus was reconfigured with mannequins.
I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Dark Knight. Remember in the beginning, the Joker has like a school bus, but there's no children in it. It's evil clown bank robbers.
Yes.
That's what happened.
This actually happened in The Dark Knight.
Yes. So, anyways. And here's Libertarian Scotch House for $2. Thank you. Says the evil Democrats made a file and did nothing with it. Yeah, exactly. Preposterous. Jonathan Rosler for 34 months says even if Trump was directly exposed by the files, if he just martyred himself and released the files anyway, he would get away scot-free in the public eye. It would depend on what exactly he did, whether I'd agree or disagree with that. So
if it's grab him by the pussy levels of indignance, then I'm sure he would get off scot-free.
Yeah, if it was something to that level, sure. But I'm assuming that it's something. I would think it'd have to be something more substantial for him to be covering it up. He should be aware that if it was something minor, that he
even if it's just another grab him by the pussy situation, I think he'd cover it up. Why does it have to be major? He's right now he's high on the hog.
You think it could be something teeny tiny and he would still cover it up?
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, actually, you know what?
I mean, not teeny tiny, but just
something
anything
salacious.
If it was the Access Hollywood tape all over again, I think he would try to cover it up. Why wouldn't he? I mean, that was a big ordeal for him.
I don't know. Maybe he could be that stupid. That's possible.
Well, he's probably like, oh, I'm on the top of the world. I'm the comeback king. We've got the big, beautiful bill passed.
No. I understand.
Going.
Yeah, I get it. I'm saying, but it does require a Trump who generally is pretty savvy about media and reactions to things. This is why I don't believe this. This is why I believe it's got to be something big. Trump has generally been very savvy about how his appearances. You know, we talk about this a lot when he was running for president. He was doing all these like very positive. You know, went to McDonald's, which everyone loved. He drove the truck, which everyone loved. Like he's pretty smart about his public image. This is such a colossal fuck up. And then he keeps fucking up deeper and deeper in the dumbest way possible. Now, maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe he's getting older. Maybe he's getting dumber. Maybe all those times before it was just chance. But to me, it seems like he's too emotionally engaged in this to cover it up, that he's just making poor decisions. That's what it reads like to me.
I just think he wants a spotless record. So even if it was something like the Access Hollywood tape, he would cover it up because he's just like, I'm the king of the world. That's my take. But I mean, I agree with what you're saying, that it's not the right move, that people would weigh everything in aggregate, right?
Right.
But he's like, my record is spotless now. He wants to keep it spotless.
I guess.
Even if it was just he shared a girlfriend with Jeffrey Epstein, he'd be like, nah, we can't release that. Don't you have any Clinton stuff in there? Release that shit.
Nick Costanza for $2 says, wait till you learn who the president was when Epstein died. Yes. It was Trump. Nasiba for $10 says Galactus could show up and demand the Epstein list to spare Earth and we would be doomed. If most of the world governments are run by monsters, we need to start over, play RoboCop, Rogue City, and God bless.
Yeah, that's a great point. We would be doomed, right?
There was a funny meme where someone had that. They had a comic of that scene, I guess, from the upcoming Fantastic Four movie. They were like, we talked to Galactus and his request. We can't do it. What is the request? Release the Epstein files.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Someone's memeing.
They've memed it, so
that's good. That's a good meme. Probably
Matrix
had thousands of upvotes.
It did. Matrix for 50 Kazarkazark says Trump should just Giga Chad be on the list and pardon himself and allies. Jesus.
Would that be the Giga Chad move?
That would.
What if he releases it and he's all over it and self-pardons? And he's like, well, you guys wanted to release. What do you expect me to do?
Right.
Would it ruin his presidency or would he be hailed a hero?
As I said, it depends on what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So. But even if he did it now, though, people are like, oh, so he covered it up to protect himself and then only eventually released it because he got so much flack for it.
He used the blackmail material against Rosie O'Donnell.
There you go.
They have Rosie O'Donnell blackmail material, and he used it against her.
There you go.
No, he'd be loved. They'd put him on Mount Rushmore.
No, not if he did. If he participated and then pardoned himself, I don't think he'd be loved.
Rosie O'Donnell,
I think he would be impeached.
Famously is a lesbian, so it even works, right?
Right.
She's probably been to Epstein Island.
Boba Peck for 2 hours says, Adam, how do you like that Russia hoax whataboutism? That Trump
I love
was
it.
saying? Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I absolutely love the Russia hoax whataboutism.
Chance Weber for $5 says, Trump is a master media manipulator. He is more than likely using the Streisand effect to make himself seem more guilty. What do you mean by that?
Yeah,
I mean, I agree with you.
Work?
It is the Streisand effect. I don't know why he would be employing it intentionally in this situation. Antonio Cunningham for $10 says Ben Shapiro is actually being a free will seeker. People ignore him, saying he will change his mind if he sees evidence. It seems like people are unwilling to be open-minded on this topic. If his position was the second half of his position, where he just said, I don't know, there's not enough information out yet, they need to release more information, and until that time I will, hold my position on agnostic. If that's all he said, I would agree with you. The fact that he starts it by saying, I trust these people in the administration, so I'm inclined to believe them, that's where he's already off the rail at that point.
You just don't like that part.
Well, no, but I'm saying that's where he's not. That's where he's already bought in to the bias of the whole situation. Because when he says that, it sounds like what he's saying is, well, this looks super fucking suspect, but I trust these people. So I'm just going to, close my eyes and say, it's okay.
Whisper sweet nothings to your pals in government.
You say a lot. I don't know what that means. You say a lot more than that?
To your government gangster friends.
Yeah, there you go. Pontiac for 20 months says, Sitch, please elaborate why you hate Overlord. I saw it after you mentioned it, and I thought it was a funny villain story, unserious content. I talked about it in past. I can't really get into it would be a long explanation of why I hate Overlord. It is not funny enough to be a comedy, and it's not interesting enough to be a drama. And it's there's a part somewhere in the story that's so edgy and weird that I just had to turn it off in disgust. Alex Wright, thanks so much for $5. Since Ben Shapiro is just taking the neutral position here, I don't know why people are freaking out about this take here. As I said, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know why. It's very fascinating. If he just had the neutral position, that wouldn't be the issue.
He doesn't have a neutral position. What are you talking about?
His starting point is there's nothing wrong that he trusts the administration. Do I have to go back and play? Do we have to go back and listen to the whole clip again? His starting position is they didn't do anything wrong. I trust them. And then after Megyn Kelly badgers him, then he's like, well, okay, I don't know. I want to see information. Blah, 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 blah. it's strange that works on some people, that they just like forget the first part of his position completely, where he said he was completely trusting whatever they said. You can go back and play it if like people forgot or have amnesia or something.
It's doubtful that people in the chat have amnesia. I mean, that's kind of a tall order.
Well, then I don't know how could people be saying that he has a neutral position? He does not have, he would not be in a debate with Megyn Kelly if he's had a neutral position. He would just say, I don't know. You could be right, Megyn. We should wait for more information to come out. I think there should be an investigation. And then he would stop it there. But every time he does, well, I don't think that's what's going on. Blah, blah, blah.
It'll be fine.
Door Skip for DMB for $5 says, makes me mad the right doesn't get this heated about the 20,000 kids apparently missing in Ukraine. Showed my mom a Holodomor documentary. She had no idea. It is pretty fucking crazy. It is very crazy.
Oh, yeah, that shit's insane. Can you imagine Russian soldiers abduct your kid and take them back to Russia and raise them as their own?
It's disgusting.
What the fuck?
Nathaniel8522 for 3 months says, in my opinion, if you're a MAGA person and you fall for Trump's lies on the Epstein files, you can't get mad when people call MAGA a cult. Yes, true. 100% true. And that's the thing, too. And I don't know, I'll go watch Ben Shapiro's channel, see if he talks about, because I'm curious what I wish he would have pressed him on his reaction to Trump's statements. Trump's statements are fucking crazy about this whole thing, too. Like, at the very least, you have to call out those statements. So, about Trump just trying to say it's some sort of leftist conspiracy. If you buy that, you're a fucking retard. Our league for $5 says Epstein started out with hiding money overseas for the wealthy. Trump and Epstein's relationship began when Trump was dealing with bankruptcy.
Yeah, I've heard all that too. There's a bunch of plausible theories on how he made his money, which are illegal ways, but I mean, they're not sex trafficking.
Mm-hmm. AKA Batosai $5 says, Sitch, for the end of time, they can threaten to add someone's name to the Epstein list. It's like a new form of extortion. That's an interesting idea. I don't think Trump would care about that, though. Like, he personally couldn't do that. Like, the government or the deep state or whoever could do that, right? But I don't think that would motivate Trump because he wouldn't benefit from it directly.
It's a good point because people would benefit from the Epstein list being secret because they could say, we're going to add your name to the list. And if it's ever exposed, you're going to be on it, which is like a threatening thing.
Though I don't know how I don't know how effective that would be, though. Because if someone does that and then you meet who's gonna make that threat and then they turn around and they say, this government official told me this direct thing and threatened me with this. Go release the Epstein files. Fuck you. Like, that really puts you in a precarious situation. If you're the government, the deep state, whoever has this supposed list.
They do fucked up shit all the time.
No, but I'm saying it's I don't know if that's something I think that sounds good on paper. I don't think that would work in practice. And also, I don't think Trump would care. That Don Kidda for 28 months says Trump truly believes he can just speak things into being for people. Believes MAGA is as dumb as the Democrats say. If he says hoax, people will swallow hoax. He's definitely acting like that. He's definitely acting like he believes all that. I guess he does.
This goes into what Scott Adams always says about Trump believes the power of positive thinking. Like, he can just will things into existence.
Yes, true.
I don't think that's a fact.
Well, I think that's why Scott Adams likes Trump so much.
Yeah, I agree, but I just don't think it's true. There are cases. Obviously, Trump wanted to take credit for the COVID vaccination. MAGA was not having it, right?
Right.
There's certain places where it ain't going to work. And I think Epstein is another giant place where it ain't going to work.
Right. No Run Arena 1988 for $5 says, if you were a professional athlete, what sport would you play? If I was a professional athlete, I would be. Have you ever seen those like really cool, the pistol shooters in the Olympics? They have the big old handguns.
Oh, pistol
shooting. They have the fancy, they have the fancy like little glasses. That's what I would do.
That seems fun. I was thinking something like archery. Although I've never done archery or anything like that, so
archery's fun. I did archery a little bit. It was fun.
I mean, I've shot a bow and arrow. Yeah, it was something I would like to do more. So maybe swimming. Maybe I like to swim. High dive. I would do high diving. Platform diving.
Swimming's definitely better for you. Shooting a gun is not a lot of exercise.
I have a few of my own dives that I've crafted.
Yes.
Over time. The frog dive.
Look at that. I've never jumped off one of those high boards. I don't think I've ever even been in a place where one of those even existed.
My God. We had a high dive at my college and I would go. They would do an hour and you could swim at lunch and I would just go constantly.
That's cool.
Just to jump off the high dive.
Oh yeah, I guess they did have one of those high dive boards at my college.
You creep. The high dive is a lot like spicy food. Just, I told you that story about how I one day got super high with my friend and we were like, let's just try the jalapenos. And we were just mad at how crazy it just was painful. And high diving is kind of the same way. You know, the first time you get on one of those boards and you go out to the end of the board, you're like, holy shit, that's a long way down.
This is way higher than I thought. Now that I'm up here, yeah.
It doesn't look high at all when you're on the ground. When you're up there, it looks 5 times as high.
Right.
So, but once you go for it, it's like a roller coaster. You're like, oh my God, that was amazing. Let's go again. The terror is completely gone.
Right.
Skydiving must be similar, which is something else I've always wanted to do, but have never done yet.
I don't think I'm ever going to skydive.
Can you imagine? I am so afraid of heights too. When I'm on the top of a building, I have a phantom tail that I can completely feel trying to grab onto things. I'm like, I feel it wrapping around my leg and strangling my leg. You know how monkeys get scared and their tail wraps around their leg? I feel that when I'm up high. That's my phantom tail. So that phantom tail is going to be going nuts if I ever get in an airplane and look out. Yeah. Because the phantom tail thing happens when I go on the high dive too, but I just got to push past it.
Well, you got to use your phantom tail to like grab the railing, so it feels better, obviously.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Grab your own leg.
If it was not a phantom tail, though.
You can control it. It's your phantom tail.
No.
Okay. Roy Live, thanks so much for the 30 shekels. Says Sitch, the reason is much simpler. Anyone on the list they can't actually build a proper case against, likely 80% of them will sue them for defamation. They were stupid to make promises like this. Even if they released like the 20% that they could make a case against, even if they just say that they were doing an investigation and say, here's a list of, we have a bunch of people redacted. We're looking into everyone to try to see if we can build a case against those people. This is what's every part of this handle. This is why anyone who's coping about this is either insanely biased or retarded. And I'm not saying that you are, Roy, but just the other people about the situation, because this has been handled in the worst fucking way possible. You have Donald Trump saying it's a left-wing conspiracy, and then the paper that the Justice Department and FBI put out says there's no one else. They're not investigating anyone. They're not looking into anyone. It was all just Epstein. That's fucking batshit crazy.
Part of the incompetence too for me is the fact that all these people are on their team. Why couldn't they just call them up and say, hey, how are your fans and followers going to react to something like this, right? And they would have just told them, oh yeah, they're not going to fucking buy that shit. Why has it got to be so difficult?
Lars and Friends for the $5 says, I think you miss a fourth possibility that there's something in the files that is useful to the United States, but only if it remains secret, like leverage. I do not include that as a possible. If there was any other president, I would include that. I do not include that for Donald Trump. I don't think he gives a fuck about that. I don't think that motivates him whatsoever.
I think you missed a super chat.
Oh, did I?
Matt Buddha Geds.
Oh, I did. I missed the Streamlabs. Matt Buddha Geds, thanks so much for the 15 months. Says conspiracy brain, but Bohemian Grove celebrity gossip, history of Congress, men and CEOs arrested for sex crimes since the 70s, and the Democrats made it up. Yeah, there you go.
That is what is baffling to me. It's just, that's a huge reversal there.
Right. Our League for $5 says Epstein was blackmailing before he got into human trafficking or working with intelligence agencies. He called it playing the box.
Oh, really?
Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. I haven't heard anything specifically about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if, like, the way that someone like Epstein would get into the situation he got into, which I think is the way a lot usually happens with these assets. I think it's much harder for the government to create an asset versus to find an asset. Find someone who's doing the thing you want them to do already, and then you get them to do it for you. So
that is the best case scenario, because then you don't have all this setup that you're involved in. Your hands don't get dirty setting it up, right? You're just basically buying information from them.
Right.
That's the way they do it with police work, right?
Yeah.
They rarely cultivate informants as undercover officers. They usually
find somebody who
that's going to turn
knowledgeable.
Yeah, who's already involved and is going to turn state's evidence.
So it says playing the box. This is what the Google AI said. Playing the box to Jeffrey Epstein's alleged financial misconduct. According to former associate Stephen Hoffenberg, Epstein used the term playing the box to describe a tactic of ensuring that even if his alleged misdeeds were uncovered, his victims would be unable to do anything about it. This could be due to social embarrassment or because the money was hidden or unreachable to the victims. Vicky Ward, investigative journalist, reported that Hoffenberg described Epstein as being brilliant at playing the box, a term used for luring in wealthy clients and managing transactions for them, but instead of enriching them as he promised, he quietly fleeced them. Hoffenberg also claimed that Epstein used his tactic to build a network of rich clients and associates for a political influence campaign and for his own personal and financial gain. This allegedly involved targeting easily manipulated clients who were unlikely to report their victimhood to authorities if they discovered the fraud.
If this is true, right, and there was less nefarious stuff, these people were just embarrassed about how much money they lost to Epstein's escapades. Epstein's the one that's doing all the underage shit. They're just, being fleeced.
Right.
And that's embarrassing. I mean, then why wouldn't they just release that? Well, I guess because the people don't want this to be known. But they don't have a lot of nefarious stuff to release in that case, right?
Well, the weird thing is, and maybe here's your 10D chess move, super conspiracy. The weird thing is that Epstein, all the pedo stuff, to some aspect would protect Epstein from people coming out against him saying they ripped him off. Because as soon as the blackmail pedo ring stuff comes out with Epstein, the automatic assumption from the public is anyone financially associated with Epstein is involved.
Yes,
in that.
Totally.
So even if someone came out and said, "Oh, he ripped off a bunch of my money," they'd be like, "Oh, and why didn't you tell the police about it until now when that happened 5 years ago? Isn't that suspicious?"
Right. Because they knew he was a pedo and they didn't want any association with it.
Right. So
which is smart
weird, yeah.
on Epstein's part to keep these people from going to the police.
Right.
But if this is true, is it a good reason for Trump to cover all this stuff up?
No, of course not. Of course not.
But in that case, there honestly is no there, right? It's
Right.
just a bunch of embarrassed rich people who lost money to this scoundrel and don't want it to come to light that they lost money. And now that if it came to light now, everyone would assume they're pedos, so it would add insult to injury.
I mean, if Donald...
you'd have to get Obama. He could articulate this in a way that everyone would buy it, right?
Yeah, and I don't think Trump would cover it up for that purpose either.
Unless it was his friends. Of course he'd cover it up if it was his friends.
I don't agree.
He'd throw you're like, Trump has no friends. You could be right about that.
For this, this is the peak. There's nothing there.
Mm-hmm. What if Don Jr. lost a bunch of money to Epstein? I mean, they were friends, right?
Well, they just say, well, he stole a bunch of money from him. That piece of shit stole a bunch of money from us.
Right.
Soto for 31 months says in a Palpatine voice, "Yes, Sitch, let the anger, the rage, the hate flow through you. Soon you'll learn the truth of the libertarian side. Then you'll know true power. No, I'll never join you.
This must have been when you were talking about the government can't be trusted.
Yes,
Solodosh
exactly.
had such a big hard on when
you got very excited
when you brought that up.
The return Sasquatch for $2. Thank you. Says Ben. Quote, they said, trust me, bro. So I did. Insane. Very. Electro, the gamer for 10 months says, hey, Adam, can you crack?
I think I figured out why the $100 super chats occasionally don't show up in the fan funding.
Why?
You want to hear it?
I'm
ready.
You
want to hear my theory?
I'm here. I'm ready for it.
So the $100 super chats are in the top where you can respond to them for an insanely a long amount of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they end up in the fan funding until they come off the top there.
Oh,
so it seems like if it's stuck in the top, it's not going to appear in the fan funding.
That makes sense, maybe.
Until it's over, yeah.
Right.
So
Electro, the gamer for 10 months says, hey, Adam, can you crack open another soda, but do it near the mic? And if possible, pour it into a cup. Thanks.
I did that.
You want some soda ASMR?
I don't know if it worked though. I think my limiter might have took out most of it.
I would think Zoom would cut that out because it's probably not loud enough to.
I did crack open a cold one, and I was thinking, how many people cracked open a cold one just because they heard that sound? It is very enticing.
God. We're gonna have to check this out here. Joy Reid was on Pierce Morgan.
No way.
And they're arguing. Oh my God. Okay.
Well, I don't have a hard out or anything if you want to.
No, well, it's like 50 minutes.
Okay.
And then they bring on Michael Knowles to argue too.
Oh my God. Maybe Joy Reid getting fired from MSNBC was great.
Yes.
See, every time I see her talking about her show, she seems absolutely delusional.
Yes.
She's wealthy, right? She's probably got 50 million just in the bank. She's got to be insanely wealthy.
I would assume she was an MSNBC host for years. So
yeah, and I think she had $1 million a year contract.
Right.
She's probably got some financial advisor that invests all her money. The market's
bought a bunch of Tesla stock.
Been up huge. She probably owns a bunch of flop houses in Los Angeles that she rents out to illegal aliens.
Oh, we forgot to tell people. We're not going to be streaming Sunday.
Oh, yeah. We can tell them that.
We're not going to be streaming Sunday. So maybe we'll watch this on Tuesday.
Right.
Lord Stug for $2 says the Gilgamesh Catholics are the aliens in the files. I believe it.
Oh. Fascinating.
Mr. Ubercross for $10 says is an FBI response to a FOIA request indicating people have been submitted to a grand jury. As long as that's the case, they can't release anything. If there's nothing, then it's genuinely not credible and it would harm innocent people. Whose word would you trust? Is there anyone you would believe? I will believe no person on planet Earth's word about the situation until information is released. I would believe not a single fucking person. The Trump administration should move heaven and earth to do whatever they need to do to close up whatever grand jury shit they need to do, whatever to get this information released.
Is Mr. Ubercross on the Ben Shapiro Trump train?
I don't know.
There's no there.
I have no clue.
I don't know either. Let us know. I mean, look, you're perfectly entitled to be there. So
can't Kash Patel just get them to rescind the FBI's response to the FOIA request and just go along with it?
I don't know how FOIA requests work.
Hayden's Big Dill for 36 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you. Says 3 years, baby. Look at that. 3 years. So glad I left the ideological train long ago. Here is to the Sitch and Adam show for helping me gain free will. F for all the people that have to bend over backwards for their side. Look at that.
So true. Yes.
Very based.
True freedom. True freedom. Libertarians should sign up. Solodoge needs some free will. He does. He's slipping.
There you go. Well, I think so. I mean, Solodoge is a member, so it's not working on him.
Right.
I say it with love. Poboxy for €5 says Mossad told the U.S. where the Ark of the Covenant is located in exchange for Epstein's quote work. Yes.
Wow.
I believe that. Mongolian Leprechaun Surferman from Saturn, thanks so much for the $15. Says, hey, Sitch Adam, I recently got something pretty interesting if you're into retro gaming. I got an Atari 7800 Plus on Prime Day. The 7800 Plus plays both the 7800 and 2600. What's the oldest console you guys have ever played?
Well, I mean, I owned the first Atari console that came out because obviously I begged and begged and begged my parents to get me one. So, so the very first one, whatever Atari console that was.
So I have never played an Atari in my entire life. Never touched
really?
It. Yeah. I think when I was like 5 or something, or maybe a little older, we got a Super Nintendo at my house. I have played a Nintendo. Like I remember going to my friend's house and playing Nintendo and playing Duck Hunt with a little light gun and everything. So I guess Nintendo would be the oldest system I played, or I'm sure. I mean, I played like, those old arcade games. There's, Galaga and, Centipede and shit like that. And also they said, by the way, Sitch Adam, are you guys going to see Jurassic World Rebirth?
Which I responded to.
Oh.
Actually.
I hadn't really planned on it.
Yeah, I said I'll see it when it comes out on streaming. It's horrible, right?
I just have I don't know. I've really completely lost all interest in anything Jurassic World related. So.
Sitch just thinks Scarlett Johansson is too old now, so he's
That's it. No, obviously saw the first one. First one's great. I love the first one. I remember actually reading the second book before the movie came out because I liked the first one, and I liked the book, but then I did not like the movie. The movie felt shitty, and then the third movie was really shitty too, and then the fourth movie was really shitty. And then I stopped watching them until they came back years later with the reboot with Chris Pratt. And that I did not like that at all. I thought it was lame. And so I've never watched the Jurassic Park movie since.
What if in the end of the movie, we found out that the dinosaurs could talk and that they were just mad because the people weren't giving them any dino treats?
If they had done that, I think I would have been on board with the movie. That would have been a good addition to the Jurassic Park franchise. The dinosaurs could talk.
I mean, that would be a kind of crazy ending, right?
Well, that would be a very
no one would see that coming. That would subvert expectations.
It would. I'd be in favor all of a sudden, yeah.
They have to talk in British accents, though.
Oh, so me and Sammy have been watching the second season of Sandman, and they have the wokest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Well, actually, second wokest thing. The first wokest thing was that episode of I've heard that police show where they had the gamer girl thing that everyone was making fun of, the go home gamer girl. This is the second wokest thing I've ever seen in my life, where for no reason in Sandman, they meet this character, and then they go into extreme detail how this character is trans, even though it has nothing to do with the story. Sandman is about the incarnation of sleep. Okay, and he meets a random human who is trans. They have a 15-minute side quest that has nothing to do with the story, where the person talks about being trans and how their family didn't accept them. And you're
sounds horrible.
And you're like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? It has nothing to do with anything. It's very weird and random. And you're like, oh, okay. And then later, the story continues. That character dies in kind of a stupid way. And when they die, they come back to the whole shoehorning in woke trans shit into it, where they specifically have the main character go to their funeral, and the funeral family tells them for no reason that because they did not accept their child as trans when they were dead, the mortician made them look like a man again, made them look male again, and they all refer to him as him, and they made sure to show that his gravestone had his original name and not his trans name on it. And I was like, what are we watching? What is this? It had nothing to do with the story whatsoever.
And everybody hated those parents because they were bigoted hillbillies.
Yes. No, they weren't even white. They were black. They're black transphobes.
Oh my God.
Which I was kind of shocked.
They're going after. I mean, that's confusing.
Well, I think they had to because they want to have a black trans woman in there. And they're like, oh shit, what are we going to do? They should have had them be adopted by white parents. That would have been amazing. That would have been incredible.
But that would have been the total woke move, right?
Yes.
The white saviors adopting the black child.
Yes. But then it's funny because one of the parents or one of the friends of the family, they actually give what I think is a pretty good point where they're like, because the Sandman character Morpheus is like very mad about like like why this deity gives a fuck that they're not respecting this person's pronouns is also insane. Like this is a guy who left like his first love in hell for 10,000 years, and now I'm like he's like really upset that someone's being misgendered after they died. So I'm just kind of like, okay, yeah, sure. And the person he's talking to is like, well, funerals aren't for the dead; they're for the family of the dead, and so that they feel better about it. And I'm like, okay, that's totally true, right? If it brings them some level of solace to, not accept their transness, who cares, right? Whatever is easier for the family. That makes perfect sense to me. But then after the funeral, Dream goes over to the headstone and uses his powers to rewrite the name to be her trans name on the tombstone. Completely disrespecting the wishes of the family, despite the fact that he met this person for like 2 hours before they died, and it feels so emotionally attached to them.
This is the Sandman.
This is the Sandman.
Right.
And this whole thing takes like 30 or 40 minutes away from the story. It has nothing to do with the plot at all. It's crazy. I was like, I couldn't fucking believe this.
Interesting. You're watching this because Sammy wants to watch it, right? This is not something you were like.
Well, I do like parts of the Sandman comic a lot.
Oh,
the original comic.
The Neil Gaiman comic.
The Neil Gaiman comic, even though he is kind of woke. I mean,
he's super woke.
Happen. Yeah. This part does not happen in the comic, and it's an old comic too. So I did watch the first season. I was disappointed in it. But then we watched second season because it was going to have my favorite part of the comic, where all the gods fight for the key of hell.
Mm-hmm.
And also, so I did want to see that. And then also Sam wanted to see it too, just to see what they were doing with it. So
maybe,
but
I'll
no,
check
the second
it out.
season has not been worth watching. It's been pretty bad.
It just seems like a show aimed at women, but I mean, I've watched some shows that
wait, that part the trans woman part does happen in the comic? Oh my God, I must have missed it. That's crazy. If that happens, they said it happens verbatim in the comic. That's embarrassing. But never mind. Take it back. Neil Gaiman's woke as fuck. That's totally batshit crazy. That's super, and that's old too. If that's the case. That's crazy. Anyway, don't recommend. Stay away. Our League for $5 says Epstein worked as a backroom fixer for several intelligence agencies. He smuggled guns and drugs for them too. Wow. And Bold Menace for $2 says if they are protecting the victims of blackmail. Yeah, exactly. A Mongolian Leprechaun Surfer Man from Saturn for $5 says, I have zero interest in seeing it. I'll stick to the original movie and the original Jurassic World. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I might watch it just to do a video on it. So I want to start doing more videos, but right now I'm just super busy, so don't really have time.
No Run Arena for $10 says, where's the modern day Bob Woodward for Epstein? This is a time to do journalistic investigation to find the truth. The reporter needs to ask questions and follow the money. 100%.
Yep.
100%.
Some shoe leather investigative journalism.
It's funny because, I dug a little bit into the whole Bob Woodward thing because of Tucker Carlson's insane conspiracy theories about Nixon. He was just lucky. That's the only reason he got that scoop, was 100% luck. He was just super lucky.
Same
to be
with
there.
Glenn Greenwald.
Right.
Just
They're
fucking
just lucky
fell in his
people.
lap.
Bob Woodward was just in the right place at the right time.
This is why it's better to be lucky, Sitch.
Yes. Yes.
If you get to choose between luck, intelligence, money, anything, choose always bet on luck.
That's true. That's true. WTF 1A for $5 says, did you guys know the No Kings people are having a meeting on the 30th of July and 13th of August online? Might be worth watching. Found on Mobilize.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. It'd be pretty funny.
All the woke crazies. The remnants of the white guys for Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm. Automata for $2 says, -1 point. I love the plane noise and you deprive me.
What?
So sorry.
Nobody can love that plane noise.
Sorry. He does. He's a connoisseur of plane noise. Background plane noise.
Interesting.
Boba Peck for $5 says, bets on the new special prosecutor investigation if Democrats win midterms. Ooh. I don't know, because I could 100% believe that the Democrats make a big fuss about this, win midterms, and then do fucking nothing about it because it implicates Democrats too. That to me would be the most likely scenario, but it would be hilarious if they did a special prosecutor.
Nancy Pelosi's statement makes me think, oh, they're going to lose the midterms instead of making hay about this Epstein stuff.
Right, right. Sees Pappy for $5 says, I couldn't get one girlfriend when I was in high school and this old fuck was scooping them up by the dozen. The rich get richer. Yeah, listen, you just got to be a billionaire, okay?
That's got to make it easier, right?
A lot of women willing to prostitute themselves out to you.
Well, this is why you weren't getting them, because Epstein was flying them from all. He was probably raking them in from your high school.
Exactly. I think he would say he would pay for. He didn't just like pay them for sex stuff too, because he would like gaslight them and say like, oh, I'll pay for your college. Like he would promise like all these things to these people.
Really?
He would just totally gas them up.
What a dick. What a fucking psychopath.
Well, because he was grooming them, because he literally would pay for people's colleges, but then he'd be like, oh, come back to me, right? Like he would try to cultivate these like little fucking women to. I mean, that's how he got Maxwell Ghislaine. He'd cultivate women to prostitute other women to him. It was crazy. Poboxy for €2 says, Libertarian Sasquatch is a citizen comedian. Yes.
Perfect.
Mana Zaka for $10 says, brought my twins home from the ICNU yesterday. Glad I have you guys keep me company during the late night feeds. Also, S-Class.
Oh, it's been a long time since anyone had an S-Class.
No, it hasn't. But congratulations, man. That's wonderful. Look at that.
Of course.
So happy for you.
Yeah,
Kyle,
it's not fun having your kids in the NICU, right? That sounds dangerous.
Well, I assume they just got, just got home. Kyle Petty, thank you so much for being a free will seeker. And for $10 says, I actually think Trump is saying it's a hoax, mostly for those around him who have seen the files and they feel trapped into also saying that publicly. Just a theory. You guys are the best. Even.
Oh, that's a good theory.
Ooh,
that is a great
good theory.
Yeah,
I hadn't considered that. He's
like, ha, 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 ha.
And he's telling them it's just a Democrat hoax. Wow, that's okay. Maybe. Could be on something.
Maybe he's giving them cover.
Right.
So we'll know who's in there by who comes out and says, oh, yeah, it's a Democrat hoax.
Yes,
right?
Yes. Interesting.
You got old Mitch McConnell. Is Mitch McConnell still alive? You got old Mitch McConnell coming out saying, oh, yeah, it's a Democrat hoax. You're like, oh, yeah, he's all over Epstein Island.
Right. Through the Wormhole for $10 says, recommend you guys check out Peter Miller. He gives a compelling case for COVID-19 coming from the wet market. He did debate with $100,000 on the line or just talk to him directly if you're interested.
Oh, interesting. Okay,
I'll check out his stuff. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, sorry, chat. I'm from San Diego. We talk slow, LOL.
I don't think we talked particularly slow.
San Diego?
San Diegos aren't fast talkers. I mean, all Californians are kind of known for being slow talkers. So the New Yorkers, they're the fast talkers, right?
That's
they're
right.
the ones that
the
are
East Coast,
constantly
baby.
talking so fast.
Yeah. Bopek for $5 says, Sitch, no, Pam asked for the Epstein files and they showed up to her office like the list and the Santa Claus. LOL. Yeah, there you go. They just went on forever. Just unfurled. It's like that scene from Fifth Element.
If you get that, you're obviously going to look at the list for who you know that might be on it, right? That's what you're going to do first.
Yes. I'm surprised there's like a good meme of like SpongeBob and Patrick have a treasure map, and as soon as it like you're not supposed to look at it, and they kind of like unfurl it like intentionally, accidentally, and their eyeballs like smash onto the page and they're like looking over every bit of it. And then it comes back and they look horrified because it's like a fake map. I'm surprised no one has done that for this. Because that's essentially, I think, what happened to Cash. You're like, oh my God, Trump's all over this.
They showed him the files right before he took that picture, his government picture.
Yes.
So that's why he's like, oh. That's why it looks crazy in the picture.
Soldos for 2 hours says, sweet vindication. Days ago, Adam tried to slander me with a poll claiming I have TDS. Yet it turns out that Adam's favorite president covers for Epstein. Alas, such is the fate of all who oppose Solido's troll.
How did that poll turn out? I can't remember. Seems like the chat was unanimous that Solidosh has TDS. So,
yeah, I don't remember, but I didn't really look at it.
I think people could only vote some variant of yes, he does. So that might have affected things.
Right? Of course. Yeah. Solid for 2 hours says, I haven't talked to him since this news, but in the weeks before, my dad, who's MAGA, has a cope of Trump just doesn't want to hurt Melania. Oh, that's pretty bad.
Oh my God. So he's basically saying Trump is in there.
Yes.
Oh my God.
He's got to save his marriage, Adam.
That ain't good. How much Melania has already been destroyed? Like, how much more can there be?
That's true. She's still with him, so.
Yeah, exactly.
There's always something else. You know what? I could actually believe that. I could believe that there's something in there that would make her divorce him that he's covering up. I could 100% believe that's the motivation.
I could too, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just locker room talk, Sitch.
Okay. Solodoj for Chura says, I know that Epstein likely killed himself because I love Metal Gear, Hitman, Tom Clancy, Splinter Cell, etc. And I look at life and every attempt at something that complicated always fails. Just stabbing people works better. Well, I think the most likely scenario is the one that you forwarded, Adam, all the way back when, which is that he did kill himself because he was basically threatened to do it. They told him to do it. Whoever they is, someone told him to do it. And the prison was in on it to some capacity to allow it to happen and to give him 10 billion blankets and outfits he could use to do it.
Right. Yeah. That makes the most sense to me, obviously.
So just front Joe says, like, seriously, the top hitman of multiple Mexican cartels usually just shoot you in the open. Even the assassination of Litvinenko is tame compared to what it would take to assassinate Epstein. It hurts me to say, but it's true. I mean, I don't think the hardest part would just be to get into the facility. That would be the hardest part. The actual staging of that wouldn't be that difficult, I don't think.
Wouldn't you just pay someone who's already in the facility?
Well, someone who was in the facility did try to kill Epstein, I thought, at some point. And that's why they had to isolate him.
Right.
Isn't that suspicious? It was a former cop who was in prison. Tries to kill Epstein. Look at that. What a surprise.
That's perfect because they could always fall back on, he's a pedophile.
Of course.
Pedophiles do terrible in prison.
Right.
Right. But the guy could easily have gotten $10 million to his mom or something.
Right.
In Bitcoin, right? Now there's a million ways you can pay.
Electro, the gamer for $10 says, I caved. I bought Twitter Blue only because Brianna Wu disrespected my favorite series, Legend of Zelda, and I was not going to have it. I got my rage to buy something for only to be able to talk more.
Oh, yeah. Twitter Blue was great for long posts. But I spend too much time on Twitter already, so I got rid of Twitter Blues. Just so I could.
I'm confused. Why did you need to buy Twitter blue.
There's a character limit if you don't have Twitter
Yeah,
blue.
but you can put multiple posts.
Like a
like a peasant?
Yes.
Like a peasant, you have to do the multiple posts. Sometimes I think I prefer the multiple posts to the long posts. Like visually, I feel like I'm more likely to read the multiple post than the super long text.
I am less likely to read it because I have my computer read it to me, and if I can just select one post, then I can let the computer read the whole thing.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's
but if I have to select like multiple posts,
right,
then it's reading the in between stuff, the person it's from,
the
date, it's like a huge nightmare. So
I don't think most people
threads I never read.
I don't think most people consume
don't do
that way though. Yeah,
yeah.
On Twitter, I think they just read it.
Most people can actually read, is what you're saying?
Yes, I think most people can just read.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know there was some, it's so stupid because basically what happens is, so there was all this because there's some trans woman who looks kind of like an elf. So people want her to be Zelda and in the new upcoming Zelda movie.
Please, why?
And I said this months ago, I'm pretty sure I said it on stream. I said, those people are crazy. We're talking about Japan. If this was an American production company, I'd say there's a high chance that they would get trans women to be Zelda. This is Japan. They're very conservative. They're not big on the whole trans shit. Okay. They're not going to, Japan would never allow a trans woman to be Princess Zelda. It's not going to happen.
They're going to say, get fucked. Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to say, get fucked.
It's a huge social contagion. Blowing up these trans people like this, you're going to get, there you go, another 10,000 kids that have gender dysphoria wrongly. So,
yeah, that's true. That is true. That's a good point.
It's bullshit. Yeah. It's exactly like the show about glorifying suicide that had all those kids killing themselves and Netflix had to cancel it.
Yeah. But with and people need to realize that the way that these quote rumors get started is that person's agent puts out the rumor because they want to generate a bunch of hype about
or their publicist.
Or their publicist,
whoever's working on their team.
Right.
Yeah.
The rumor is, there was no rumor. Their own person working for them tried to create a rumor to get hype about the whole situation.
Yeah, so the fans, the studio was forced to hire this person that went in for one audition and did a terrible fucking job.
Right.
Is never going to get the job anyway.
Also,
I don't know. Superman was a big win for the anti-wokeness stuff. So,
well, all the woke people are saying Superman was a big win for them. They're interpreting it as like the most woke movie ever.
Well, they're retarded.
Are you saying they lack a media literacy?
I don't understand how you can have that dumb blonde character who's a major character in the movie and do the Superman white savior with brown people. And I mean, in 2016, there would be uproar about that. They'd be like, boycott the movie.
What? You're talking about Nathan Fillion? What dumb blonde are you talking about?
The bimbo that shares all her selfies and accidentally cracks the case because she's such a fucking idiot, right?
We never talked about that.
Yeah.
I did not like that stupid joke that was never explained and wasn't funny and made no sense. No, that all the girls are so attracted to Jimmy Olsen for no reason. And we're like, what is happening here?
The other guys did it better. The other guys just did everything better.
But the other guys, it wasn't every woman thought he sucked. It's just his wife who was hot. That was like part of the joke.
Oh,
They're
you're
like, wait,
right.
how did he get this one hot lady? Like, and then he treats her like shit. And you're like, that's really funny. Because it's like everyone else treats, like he should hang on this. That was the joke. But in this one, every girl thinks Jimmy Olsen is the hottest shit ever. And you're like, what is happening? Is this like a joke? Is this a reference to something in the comic? I don't know what's happening.
Was it every other girl or was it just his ex-girlfriend?
It was every girl because
went after him?
Even in the beginning of the movie, when Clark goes into the Daily Planet, he like walks by a bunch of girls who are staring, and then he looks and turns, and they're all staring at Jimmy Olsen, and they like wave at him.
Oh,
and he
yeah.
just kind of like looks annoyed. And it's like, what's happening here?
Come on, that's a male pornographic fantasy.
It's like, I don't know
Which
if you
is
remember,
another thing that's not woke. So
in Game of Thrones, there's this weird joke where like Podrick was a sex god, and every prostitute he had sex with would like not charge him because he was so good at sex, and it was like really weird and awkward. They're like, what? Why is this happening in this TV show?
that was a guy who was a eunuch, right?
No, it was the guy that the lame, goofy guy that was Tyrion's like squire.
Oh yes,
and then he becomes Brianna's squire.
You're right.
Yeah, but then for some reason he's just like he was a sex god, and it was so strange. It's like, what's happening?
Yeah. Yeah. It was okay. I'll give it a pass.
Okay.
I'll give it a pass because the show was so good.
There you go. I don't have a lot of confidence in the Zelda movie, but I'll see it.
Well, we'll see. Maybe it's great. Come on, it could do a Lego movie.
It could. I mean, Mario's just kind of whatever.
Yeah, Mario was. That's what. Oh man.
Cameraman 502 for $10 says, I don't think there's a blackmail list. Anyone who has friends who brings drugs to a party to pass out because they like drugs and want to have fun with friends knows they don't keep track. Unless that's the intention, though. That's the whole thing. Is that with Epstein was supposed to be, that was the whole point of doing all this stuff.
I mean, I used to always get pictures of all my friends doing drugs and shit like that. And I made it very clear that I would use this blackmail material on them at any time if it became necessary. If they did any nasty shit to me, I'd be like, look, I got pictures of you doing cocaine, buddy.
Okay. Mr. Cross for $5 says, I'm like 20 minutes behind. I'm not, quote, nothing is happening. I wouldn't be shocked if this wasn't what people think it is. That is his position.
I'm in the same boat. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if it wasn't what
Something's
people think it
going on.
is.
I would be totally fucking shocked if there's actually nothing and everyone's innocent. If it turned out that there was something else, like massive financial crimes that Trump was implicated in, I'd be a little shocked. But I wouldn't be super shocked. If it's just absolutely nothing, everyone's innocent, the government and Trump administration story is completely true, that would be incredibly shocking to me. Anyways.
Sitch would be completely shocked if everyone was innocent.
I would be.
All right. This was a great show. A lot of fun. No show on Sunday, but we'll be back next Tuesday, right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Looking forward to it.
Take care, everybody. Don't go on any sex islands.
Yeah.
Adam's going to Epstein Island. That's why I can't do on Sunday.